Hello and welcome everyone to our first MVP Online Summit, MVP Champion Online Summit.
Yes.
My name is Casper and my wife Cheryl here. We are so excited for you to hear all the awesome guests we have speaking with us today, our MVP Champion speakers. And we're going to get right into it and bring those folks on. The first folks up here, we're going to, as soon as I get my stuff together, we're going to bring those guys on and you can hear from them, Scott and Vicky. And we're going to step away and let them take it. So let me see if I can find them now. I got so many screens up here. I'm going to find Scott and Vicky. And guys, it is all yours. Take it away.
Well, awesome. Casper, Cheryl, thank you so much for putting this on, hosting it, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. We're really excited about, talking and sharing our thoughts on communication. My name is Scott Nichols, and I have a background in project management as well as business consulting. And this is my awesome wife, Vicki.
And I own a company. I'm an entrepreneur. I own a cleaning company, and I'm also an advisor for cleaning services. All right. So early in our marriage, this really was where it all began. I really believe in that. Scott and I both believe that when we got married, that we were committed to the idea that if we came to know God more individually, that we would become more like him and that we would become more unified in our communication, really all aspects of our marriage. So we were really committed to that. And so how do we do that? So not only were we studying God's word individually, but we spent time in prayer together. We spent time going through devotionals together, and we learned about what God had to say about marriage and, importantly, our communication.
So there are many scriptures that God uses to share his wisdom about how we communicate with each other in ways that reflect his character and most importantly glorifies him. So our talk this afternoon is going to reflect from the book of Ephesians. Ephesians chapters 1-3, Paul writes in there how to become more Christ-like. And he sets that up, and then he gets into that and he says, therefore. So we have to ask the question, what's it there for? And it's there for to help us to grow. So following along in Ephesians 4 and 5, God shares his wisdom on how to develop unity, maturity, and purity in our relationships, how we do that through our communications, and how we do that in our marriage. So consider these verses from Ephesians 4, and I'll read them from my notes here. Ephesians 4, verses 1-3, walking worthy in a manner of the calling which we've been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Moving on to verse 15, speaking truth in love, we are to grow up in every way into him who is the head, into Christ. And then verses 25-32, do not let the sun go down on your anger. Give no opportunity to the devil. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouth, but only such as is good for building up as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all malice. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ forgave you.
So as we were preparing for this talk, I said to Scott, I was like, hey, let's use an acrostic. I don't know if you all know what an acrostic is, but I'm a visual learner. And so I was like, let's use an acrostic because that'll really help them remember kind of the points that we're trying to make today. So this is what we came up with. We came up with the acrostic of CHARM, CHARM. And so think about it as that we're going to offer some communication thoughts for you to be charming to one another. So not to be corny. Do you think that's corny?
No. You do.
Anyway, I think it's great. Okay,
I'll remember.
So I'm going to get to start. Okay, so C is for current. And what this means is that when we're in conversation with one another, sometimes we don't always agree, right? Sometimes we might get into a disagreement. And so we are staying current on what the issue is that we are trying to resolve. It's very important to us that we don't, come back and bring up other issues, bring up other things maybe that we're concerned about or things. Let's focus in on what it is that we are trying to resolve at that moment. God definitely does not want us to let the sun go down on our anger. And that, some people might interpret that as resolve that before you go to bed. And if that's what works for you, great. For us, we have found that if we're hungry or we're tired or angry or really ultra emotional, one of us can say, hey, I want to talk about this. We need to talk about this, but I need some time. I need some time to this is me, really. I need time to process. And so we allow each other the time to come back, but let it not go down to allow sin to encroach. This is where it comes really important. It's my responsibility if I ask for some time away to come back to Scott and say, hey, I'm ready to talk about that issue. Can we talk about that? So that's it's important because any unresolved anger really opens the door to all kinds of temptations and sin. So we definitely don't want to do that.
Absolutely. And with that was a challenge for me. I wanted to get it done right then and there.
I remember.
And we've had to adjust. We've grown over 24 years.
Yeah.
So H stands for honest. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouth, but only as such for building things up. We need to make sure that we lead each other and work with each other honestly. Whatever it is we're about to discuss with our spouse, it's accurate, it's for their betterment, and is it necessary to bring it up at all? If it's accurate, we need to bring it to our spouse's attention for their betterment and the betterment of our marriage. We still need to consider how to do this. We need to do this in love. We need to find the best time to bring it up. And we need to make sure that this happens. If the answer of any of those is no, it's not for their benefit, no, it's not for the betterment of the marriage, or no, it's not really necessary, then we leave it, we drop it. And that's a struggle sometimes because we want to hold on to that. But when we hold on to that, that creates an issue within our marriage, and it can allow the devil a little foothold. And lastly, being honest means not to deny that something's wrong. The biggest challenge sometimes in a marriage is when somebody asks the other person how they're doing and they say, fine. Well, fine doesn't work.
That would be sometimes the processor.
It robs our spouse the opportunity to fix whatever it is. It robs them the joy of having that communication and working together to better the marriage. Last thing, when it comes to honesty, no playful teasing. Sarcasm doesn't take a place. We made that decision many, many, many years ago because in reality, there's a kernel of truth in every little dig, and over time, it will create challenges.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. You hanging in there? Okay. C was for current. H was for honest. Now we're on to A. And this is attentive, being attentive, undivided attention. All right. I don't know if you struggle with this, but I have struggled. This is probably one of my greatest areas. I guess that's why God decided that I should talk about it. Right. In verse 3 of chapter 4, God says, be eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Keyword, peace. And when we are in conflict or not being attentive, we are at risk of not being in peace. Let's talk about why. How do you feel when you're talking to your spouse or anybody for that matter, but you don't feel like they're giving you their full attention? For us, it's led to feelings of resentment, and we're not at peace. As I mentioned, this has been one of our bigger challenges that we continue to work on. And there are a few likely obvious things that can cause us to fall into this trap. For me, I'm a business owner. I really do work 24/7. I mean, I have office hours, but if you are a business owner, you know how that can be challenging sometimes when a client needs to contact you or one of your partners need to work with you and you need to be able to reach out. Our phones, oh my goodness, right? So those are available to us all the time. And we want to, or maybe we feel the need or want to reply back immediately to the text that we get because we're timely, right? So anyway, but we both struggle in this area. You got it. Stress, when we're feeling stressed out, got a lot on our mind and it can be difficult to relax and focus on our spouse. Maybe we've got some physical condition. Maybe we're sick, we're tired, hungry. Any of these physical conditions can cause us not to feel well. And again, make it difficult to focus on anything but what we're dealing with at the time. Others might be multitasking, or here's a good one, interrupting. Oh boy, that really spoke to me. Interrupting is a huge thing that I struggle with, in part, I think, because when I get together with my girlfriends, we interrupt each other all the time. We're just like engaging and we're going back and forth and all that kind of thing. But engaging, as I tried to explain to Scott, is really not engaging when it comes to our relationship. It's disrespectful to him when I interrupt him, and I've had to really hold back, and I talk faster and I use more words. So I have to kind of hold back and allow that time for him to communicate and give him that attention that he deserves. When we don't give our spouse the undivided attention, or anybody, but this is our most important relationship here, right? Mm-hmm. Outside of this with God, right? But when we do these things, we're subtly telling our spouse that whatever else we're doing is more important to them. Ouch, that hurts. So being attentive is respectful and actively shows our love to our spouse.
So as we move on in our charm, we get to R. And R is respond. With all humility and gentleness, with patience bearing one another in love. That R, you may have heard this before, but we should respond rather than react. Now, that's been tough for me because I'm a quick thinker. I may not talk as fast, but the mind is really fast, and I will say something out of my mouth that I haven't given full time and attention to think about. And it is difficult. It sometimes is hard. It may be the truth. It may be exactly what I'm thinking, but my response is my responsibility. I need to make sure that when I'm responding, I'm not reacting, that I'm not letting myself be controlled by anger, by what the other person says or does. I don't want to give over to that anger. I need to strive to be in control of my responses to Vicki and to others as we work together. When we disagree, we need to commit to attacking the issue or problem, not each other, not the person. When we communicate and respond, we choose to work with each other and not label or attack that other person by saying they're stupid or they're messy or some other physical characteristic that's just not positive. We never say, and should never say, I don't want to be around you. Things like that don't work. And then also the generalities. You never or you always. That's not true. We need to work together. We work together as husband and wife, and we're committed to each other for a lifetime. So the truth is, we're all broken people. We're two broken people committed to each other for the rest of our lives in a very, very broken world.
That's right. Absolutely. That maybe we don't have these on our notes, but as you were talking through this, it occurred to me, have you ever that feel, felt, found?
Yeah.
That's such an effective technique too, that I think when we're thinking to respond, when we're giving ourselves that time to process what it is, how we want to respond, we come back with kind of a structure of our response, right? Hey, I'm this is what I'm hearing. So I know how you feel. This is kind of how I'm feeling about it. This is kind of what I've found to kind of be the issue here. What do you think? Just there's more of a dialogue that takes place, I think, when you're able to have that time to think through the response. And it's not one way, it's a dialogue to resolve the issue. So that's been really helpful. Okay. M. So C is for current. H is for honest. A is for attentive. R is for response. And M is for mindful. And verse 32, Ephesians 4, be kind to one another. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ forgave you. Simply put, we need to put each other at the top of our minds. We need to be mindful of each other and for each other. After all, when we got married, we became one together with our spouse. Verse 29 of Ephesians 4, let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as good for building up, as fits for the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Let's commit in our marriages to never talk poorly or negatively about our spouse, or really anybody for that matter, but particularly our spouse, in public or around others. At home, we should strive to be our best for each other, and this includes how we communicate with them.
Okay, so wrapping it up here. As husband and wife, we're to be charming to each other.
Charming,
Goofy, whatever. We're to be current. We're to be honest. We're to be attentive. We're to be responsive and mindful. And by being charming, we find that it's much easier to follow the biblical guidance for husbands and wives. So also in Ephesians, towards the end of chapter 5, it says that wives are called to be respectful to their husbands, as he is the biblical leader of your home. And husbands are called to love our wives as Christ did the church and gave himself up for her. As we do this, as we work together and we're charming, as we seek out God, we grow to him, but as we grow to him, we're also growing together. So it's been our pleasure to be part of this amazing group here. I'd like to pray for us, and then we'll turn it back over to Casper and Cheryl. Heavenly Father, Lord, we love you and praise you. Lord, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this amazing group. Lord, we pray now that everybody that is here that's listening would take these words to heart, that they would take your word and hide it in their hearts, that they would apply it to their everyday lives, their marriages, that they would grow closer to you. We give you all the praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Oh, there you go. I'm unmuted. You guys are fantastic, and your timing is impeccable. So you're right at, you have 20 seconds left, I think. So that was awesome.
Well,
Thank you
so much, Casper. We appreciate the opportunity. We know that you're doing a fantastic work here for his glory, and we appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. All right. We are going to take a quick little break here, about 10-minute break, and then we'll have our next speaker who is already in the studio. So that's exciting to see folks on time. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we come back. We will introduce you to our next speaker. And I'm kind of hesitating because I got to find the video that's going to start here. All right, there we go. We'll be right back.
Which is my camera?
It's right there, all the way down.
Oh, okay, I can talk to him. After all, he's my camera. I can talk to him. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Winning with Love with Casper and Cheryl Stockham. We are here with our wonderful guests.
God has been very graceful, amazing. That's why I'm here. So now through my story, I want to impact ladies, especially ladies, also men, letting them know that even though they might not have a mother, whether she's passed or not, that as long as they have the Lord, which we all do, it is well, and we will be able to make it through. Going back to what you stated, it's that work factor. While I was teaching, that's one thing that I've noticed about this generation. If I have to work hard for it, then I really don't want it.
Wow.
And the fact that, you know, in marriage, you have to put in work. Work is required for it to work.
So we weren't arguing with one another, but maybe we needed to be.
Right.
Maybe we needed to be getting uncomfortable.
Yes.
And so there needs to be a willingness to be uncomfortable so that you can find a new level of comfort in life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? When you grow comfortable in discomfort, that's a problem.
Yeah, we do our best to not tiptoe around each other's emotions.
Right.
Okay. We have to face them. I'd only been saved 11 months. He'd been saved since he was 19. Oh, right. Because I came from there and he had never been there. So I was that person that is like, how do you two get together?
Yeah.
And so we, his story was mostly, you know, walking with the Lord and being saved, the good guy, and I came from the street.
But at the end of the day, I believe in marriage, and I think that it's really important. And what I see, you know, Satan doing is just tearing up households left and right.
Right.
So when you all came to the network, I was just so like, oh my goodness, I can't wait to do this.
Yeah.
Because we need to really keep the home and the family and relationships together.
Yeah.
And oh my God, she has to be out there somewhere. Because I don't know how to pick her, obviously. My picker's broke. So I need to figure out how to pick the right person. I need your help, guys. And it was 2 weeks later, you flashed in my mind. All right, Gwen.
Italy.
Italy.
Hey!
40 points.
All right.
And we back in the league.
How often would your spouse say they show affection? Every day, a few times a week, last month, or never? All right. Italy.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day. Woo!
All right.
Disney.
What's up?
All right. Ashley, what is your favorite possession?
My wedding ring.
Your wedding ring.
I put a frowny face, but I got it right.
We're so glad you guys are with us. We're going to have a great time on this season. There's going to be more to come. You have been watching Winning with Love with Casper and Cheryl Stockham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to I Am Love Builders MVP Premiere. Your marriage or relationship deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premiere. Introducing our exclusive 5-day one-on-one intensive immersion training. A life-changing experience for only 8 couples per year. From door-to-door charter travel to your choice of 4 exclusive locations. Gourmet dining, romantic outings, and VIP local transportation. We thought of everything. And the best part is, you gain lifetime access support via phone, text, or video chat. Your relationship reimagined. Reinvented, renewed MVP Premiere because you both deserve nothing less. Apply today. Spots are filling fast.
I said we haven't had an argument in 38 years. Those first couple of years were like World War III. But we learned some wise principles.
Yes.
Some wise marriage mentors.
Yes.
People who have been married 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Right.
We use what they taught us. Which version do we
Which
want?
version do you want
we
to
got a couple
share?
versions, and one is a short, sweet one, and one is a in-depth one. So I think we'll do the short, sweet at this moment.
Okay.
I saw her on the street.
He was fresh
Yeah,
and made a pass. Walking down the street.
yeah,
Gun tower.
yes, and went out to lunch. I was able to talk her into going out to lunch, and then it was a few more months because she gave me a bogus number. Then I just happened to see her again about 6 months later in a drugstore, and this time I said,
Rodman's drugstore.
and you gave me this bogus number.
Hi there, my name is Zandra Evans, founder of Zandra TV Network. Listen, I'm calling all the single ladies and the single men. If you would love to be featured on TV and give your impression about how it is to be single in this day and time, we're looking for you. We're holding a casting call. We want you to click the link in this message and come to the casting call and learn how you can be featured on Amazon, Roku, and Apple. And by the way, you can talk about your business and you. I can't wait to see you there. Peace.
Your love deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premier. Transform your relationship with our exclusive 5-day immersive experience for only 8 couples a year. Luxury travel, stunning resorts, gourmet dining, and a lifetime of support await you. Reimagine your relationship. Apply now at mvppremier.com.
Thank you, everyone, for watching the game Winning with Love.
Yes,
we
yes.
so appreciate it, and we hope you had fun.
Yeah, I know the couples on the show had a great time.
It was exciting,
Yes.
and we designed it to be so, because we believe that if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right.
No doubt about that.
So, play the game either as a couple with other couples or for singles to get to know one another.
Yes.
We designed it just for you.
And you can go to iamlovebuilders.com/game to get more information about it. But we hope you order the game and play it with your friends and family. It's going to be a great time. All right, welcome back. And yep, there we go. We are back. Casper Show here. Hey, welcome to the MVP Champion Online Summit. We're so excited, and our next guest is already in studio, ready to go. So we're going to bring her up as soon as I get her banner displayed. Where's her banner? I know I have it. There it is, right here. Sandra is in the studio, and welcome, Sandra. Let's make sure your volume is good.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm so glad to be here.
Okay, awesome, awesome. All right, we're going to step aside and let you take it away. Go for it.
Thank you.
The Casper and Cheryl here. Sorry, wrong button.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Sandra Coos. I'm a certified trauma healer, and today I'm going to talk about intimacy after trauma because this is such a huge subject that so many couples struggle with, including me and my husband. Now, on my own healing journey, I found a way to really understand what intimacy issues are, and most of all, how we can work together to release them. So before I start going into the subject, I would like to read a paragraph because it's so much easier than memorizing everything. So I hope you can forgive me. The intimate moments with your partner are the most treasured times. A hug, a kiss on the forehead, snuggling or holding hands while watching TV. All these moments are treasures. Being sexually intimate should be just as magical. And yet so many couples struggle when it comes to sex and being physically intimate. Sexual trauma can cause so many issues. Not only does it make sexuality a triggering subject, but it wreaks havoc on our relationships. It is often frustrating for both partners for different reasons. And if not addressed, it can become the reason why relationships break apart. But it does not have to come to this. With the right tools, you and your partner can transform your relationship with intimacy and take your relationship to a whole new level. My story is filled with moments of sexual assault, abuse, rape, anything you can think of. But I was able to fully heal, and it brought me on a journey of helping others. Because once you understand trauma, really understand it, it's so powerful because you know exactly what you need to do to heal. And today I want to talk about one small piece of that: intimacy after trauma. We need to understand that triggers come without warning. They come without notice. So you may be in a wonderful moment with your partner, and all of a sudden your partner freezes up. No heads up, no warning. She just freezes up and she says, "Stop, I can't." This is what I usually have to deal with, and many other couples too. The thing is that triggers are unpredictable. They're called triggers for a reason because we don't see them coming. And this is frustrating for the trauma survivor because they want to enjoy the time with their husband. They want to be intimate, and they don't know when a trigger is going to appear. So when we're talking about the triggers, we have to understand that it is not the partner's fault. It's not the partner who triggered or who caused the trigger. It's the memory that's attached to the trauma that hasn't been released yet. When we're being triggered, it's physical. So you can, for example, freeze up. You can feel like you can't breathe. You may feel like you're hyperventilating, or you just feel nauseous. That's what usually happened to me. Sometimes my husband and I tried to be intimate, and I just felt nauseous by his touch. Out of the blue, for no reason at all. And it was frustrating to me. And at the same time, it scared me because I was wondering, well, what does he think now of me? Does he think I don't want it? Does he think that he's doing something wrong? Or even worse, could this cause a strain in our relationship when this happens? Triggers aren't easy. But you two can work together and heal. You don't need a therapist to do that. You can do this yourselves. And I want to try and explain to you how you can do this and how this will transform your relationship. Because not only will this release intimacy issues, but the level of true intimacy, aside from sexual aspect, is going to go even deeper. Because once you start understanding each other, your communication changes. Your trust in each other changes. Your relationship goes to a much deeper level, and it's so much more rewarding and wonderful. So when you're being triggered, what you're afraid of is only because you're not able to communicate. When we're dealing with trauma, we are often ashamed by it. even if there's no reason to be ashamed, because it's nothing to be ashamed about. It's something that happened to us, and we have to figure out how to release that. So the first thing that I suggest is be open. You don't have to confide in your husband with the whole story right from the start, but open up to about what just happened, that you were triggered and that it was not his fault. It wasn't your fault either. So no one should be to blame for a trigger that's coming up. The only thing that's to blame is the person who traumatized you. Now, when you're dealing with a trigger, the best thing I would suggest for your partner is hands off, logically, but also ask the question, what do you need? Because sometimes it's enough when you just lie there for a moment and just have your partner in your arms for her to calm down, relax, and release the trigger. But simply assuming that a hug is what's needed is also not correct, because depending on the trigger, your partner may need space in that moment, or your partner just needs to talk through what just happened. Maybe an image popped into her mind. So be present. This is so helpful. Because when you think about the trigger comes up when the nervous system is being triggered, which means something happened in a split second that the body feels unsafe. And the body needs to go back into feeling in control. Because when we were traumatized, it happened against our will, and we lost our sense of being in control. So in order to release that trigger, we need to teach our body that our boundaries are being respected. And when we say no, there is no pushing, there is no prodding, there is no, oh, come on, it can't be this bad, right? So we need to feel in control. And when we feel in control of our own body, then we can relax, because then we feel safe. And that is the whole process of releasing this trigger, teaching our body it's safe with our partner, no matter what. Logically, we know that we're safe with our partner. I mean, we love them and they love us. So of course we're safe, but the body needs a little more help when trauma is involved. So like I said, hands off, take a step back. What do you need? How can I help? What can I do? Or when the trigger is too intense and you see your partner shaking, like hyperventilating, I'm here, you're safe. Sometimes repeating that several times will help getting through to her consciousness, so that can she realize what you're saying, and just hearing you're safe will help the body to relax. And you see, for your partner, it is a struggle too, because your partner is wondering, did I do something wrong? Is it not okay what I just did? Or what am I supposed to do here? Because your partner, in the moment when you struggle, feels helpless. Because he wants to help you, but he doesn't know how. So you have to guide him, to tell him exactly what you need. Sometimes it's space. Sometimes it's just a hug. And sometimes it's just talking it through. Whatever it is, allow it to happen. That's how you release the pressure in your body. That's how you release the trigger. And you instinctively know what you need. So see, this is like you can work together, but you have to be honest and you have to be open. It is not easy to listen to the story of a trauma survivor. And so it is important that you take a mental step back and don't allow it to get to you. Because what she's telling you has already happened. It's not going to happen again. And if you take it on, like allow it to get into your emotional field, you will hurt with her. And that's not helping. You have to make sure that her pain is not getting to you so you can play the role in helping her. That's what we do as trauma healers. We don't let the story get to us, because once we do, we start crying with our clients, because the stories we hear sometimes they're horrific. But if you stay in your power and don't let the emotion get to you, you can help your partner in ways you couldn't even imagine. You're basically there. You're her rock in this moment. You're showing her that it is safe to release the trigger. And if you can do this every time, the trigger will become less and less powerful. And at some point, the trigger is simply gone because the body has learned that it is safe to lean into sexual intimacy. It learns that it is safe to be who they are. And once you get to that point, you're halfway there. Because now you can enjoy sexual intimacy without having any triggers. And the next part is to start feeling comfortable talking about sexuality. Talk about your likes, your dislikes. Guide your partner into what you enjoy and what you don't enjoy. This is an important part of a beautiful, intimate relationship. And when you can do that, you start talking about deeper subjects, just having conversations. And your relationship is going to take on a whole new level because you started to trust each other on a much deeper level. You're open, you talk about your triggers, you figure them out yourself. It's wonderful. I had intimacy issue for 5 or 6 years with my husband. And whenever I was triggered and said no, he immediately took a step back. But he didn't know why. And to be honest, back then, I didn't either. Now I understand. And now I'm so grateful that he was so intuitive of saying, okay, she doesn't want it. Fine. No matter how far we were in the process. Now, today, I understand why I was triggered. And I also understand that him taking a step back was exactly what I needed in order to heal. So healing from trauma is a journey. But it's a journey that we can help our partners with. We don't have to be helpless bystanders watching them suffer and struggle. We can take an active role. Sometimes just listening is enough. And that will help your partner to release the trauma in a more gentle way than trying different therapists and not finding the right one for you. You're the right partner, so you can help. You can help in a gentle way. So I do hope that my talk is helpful to you. I know I still have like 5 minutes left, but I also don't want to continuously repeat myself, because what's important is that you're there. And when you're there and you listen to your partner, she or he can tell you what they need, and that can help release the trauma. So thank you so much for giving me the time to talk about the subject, and I do hope it was helpful.
We're unmuted, hopefully.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Sandra. That was awesome. You know, I don't think a lot of people really understand the whole trauma thing. And something you said really spoke out to me, which is it takes time to kind of work through it. It's not like you just turn it on or off or whatever. You know, you got to work through it. But it helps to know what you're working through.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I believe it also helps that you understand that those triggers happen at any moment, and that it really isn't you.
Right.
It is just the circumstance of the situation that happened, and it's not your fault.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine the spouse of a trauma victim is feeling kind of like, okay, what did I do? I think you said that earlier. Is you're like, so what did I do? Well,
Right.
you didn't do anything, right? It happened.
not your fault.
It's not your fault.
Yes.
Exactly. And it's so important to understand, because then you can help heal, because you understand that there's something that can be done.
Right.
I also like what you said, that sometimes they might need a touch.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they might need a word,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes they might just need space.
Yes.
They just need a moment.
And they know
to
what they
regroup.
need.
Yes. And yeah, maybe sometimes they don't even know what they need, but giving them
Also
that
true.
space to work through it and you not feel like it's your fault, that is truly helpful.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Very good. Well, thank you, Sandra. We're going to go ahead and take another break here. And let's see, let me do that. We really appreciate you. We're going to take another break until the top of the hour, and then we'll be back with our next speaker.
Thank you, Sandra, for your words of encouragement and enlightenment. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But we want to go into the app a little bit because I just finished completing a lot of the app, and I want to show people what's in there, because a lot of people say, okay, what's in there?
What's in it?
Why do I want to go to this app you keep talking about, this famous app? So let's talk about the app a little bit. All right, so in the app, once you log in for free, or once you create your account for free, you'll see these buttons here on the page. The MVP Premier is really for some of our power couples, the 7-figure income earner couples, and we have an exclusive immersion couples training we take them through. So that's for those folks. Where you're going to be spending most of your time is MVP Lite as a free member. We're going to come back to that in just a moment. We also have MVP Bronze memberships. We have MVP Solo memberships for individuals who are not married, or maybe they're in a marriage and only the one spouse is willing to engage. So that's what the Solo is for. We have videos here for paid members, but we also have a lot of videos for free members. We have access to our books and so forth. And we have access to our Love Builder TV network. I want to go in here for just a second, because in here you can get access to all of our TV shows that we just mentioned. When We Love show, you can get access to that one streaming there. Our micro networks, and also JVBN network is also available there. So just wanted to cover that real quick. Now let's go back up to Lite, because this is where you'll have access to a lot of stuff for free.
Free.
Yes, for free.
Free is good.
Yeah, free is good. So the first thing you'll have access to are documents. Now, there's going to be a lot more documents here over time, but right now we talk about our communications technique card. That's available there, and there's going to be some other documents there later. You also will get access to our workshops when we have them. Just click on the link and it'll take you over to our website for the workshops that we have coming up. And then retreats. When we have retreats coming up, you'll get access to those. And then we have the free ebooks. Now, these are ebooks for Mastering Adam. It's the first 5 chapters of the book. Mm-hmm. And then we have Divorce Proofing Your Marriage, also first 5 chapters of that book. Mm-hmm. So those are available for free. We also have free MVP quizzes. So we have a couples quiz that you can complete. That's free. And then a singles quiz. And then we have a purpose quiz. And a purpose quiz really is just to find out if you even know what your purpose is. Right. And it's funny because I bet you a lot of folks really and don't know what their purpose is.
Yeah, a lot of people are still seeking that question, the answer to the question, why am I here?
Why am I here? Yeah. And once you find that out, just like this quote here from Mark Twain, the 2 most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. Yes. And when you find out why, it's on. Yeah. After that, right? We also have free love assessment. And this is a love assessment that we created as part of our training and so forth. You can take the love assessment there and get some insights as to your love persona. All right. And we have, if that wasn't enough, all that is also free. Again, by the way, folks. We also have the 7 Keys to Mastering Adam. It's about a 10-minute video, I believe, that I go into the 7 Keys to Mastering Adam. We have 7 Keys to Healthy Relationship. And these are short videos, 5 minutes or so videos on 7 keys to a healthy relationship. We also have 7 keys to a healthy marriage that are up there. So those are short 5-minute videos that Cheryl and I go into 7 keys to a healthy marriage. And we have the Love Pack. This is where you can actually order the Love Pack if you're interested in doing that. That's really a good value. You know, it's like a $399 value. You get it for $179. That's pretty good. And then we have a referral program. Now, this may change over time, but right now we're looking to grow our app. So we're offering some free stuff. So if you get 3 folks to sign up for free, then you will be upgraded to a paid member. And then you'll get access to a lot of the stuff we're showing you and more as a paid member. So if you refer 3, then yours is free. Then you can, and you can also upgrade to the bronze membership and even the solo memberships and some of our other memberships that are a little bit, the gold and the platinum memberships are available for upgrade. And then we are looking for partners and sponsors because our goal and mission is huge. You know, we want to create the Kingdom Campus and do a lot of things there. So, and take, you know, this is a cause that is going to take more than just Cheryl and I to get this done.
Oh, yes.
In fact, our MVP couples are in this arena as well. So we're going to be talking about their program, which is phenomenal. You're going to want to definitely stay tuned for that. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and we want to be able to help as many people as possible. And we need your help and support to get that done. All right. That is our app. We'll be talking more about that later. But yes, a lot going on with the app for sure.
But it's exciting.
It's exciting. Absolutely.
It is exciting.
Yeah.
My name is Zandra Evans, founder of Zandra TV Network. If you are a married couple and you would like to be featured on Amazon, Roku, and Apple, then I am employing you to click the link in this message and actually come to the casting call. We're casting for season 2. We'd love to have you on TV. And you might even have a business together. We'd love to hear about how it is to build a business with the woman or man that you love. So we'll see you at the casting call. Peace.
Your love deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premier. Transform your relationship with our exclusive 5-day immersive experience for only 8 couples a year. Luxury travel, stunning resorts, gourmet dining, and a lifetime of support await you. Reimagine your relationship. Apply now at mvppremier.com.
I said, I'm gonna give you. He said, what's the secret though? For all these people who trying to figure it out. I said, here's the key. Of all the decisions you'll make, the most important decision you'll ever make next to your faith is who you marry.
Exactly.
So that person is going to be responsible for 90% of your misery or 90% of your joy.
Yeah.
So choose well. Don't just choose because they look good.
That's
Don't
the
just-
exterior.
Yeah, don't just choose because they got a fancy car or they got some money. Make sure, chapter number 1 in the book, chapter number 1,
Okay.
friends first. married because they look good, they got it going on, and y'all can't put two sentences together with each other, that's gonna be a problem. We had a couple. We had a couple. We went to dinner with because they said they argued all the time. And
it was sex. The sex was great. I'm sorry.
You done jumped ahead. Now, we got to the dinner. The husband was waiting for the wife. She was running from work. As soon as they sat down, they started arguing about something, okay? Until they started talking about sex. Oh, they got lovey-dovey. We realized that their relationship was built only on sex. But here's the problem. You're not going to be in the bed 24 hours a day, right? It's not going to happen. And they ended up getting a divorce because there was not enough substance beyond sex.
All right, welcome back to the online summit. Casper here, and let me get this thing off the screen if I can find out where it is. There we go. All right, we are back. Oh, Cheryl's back too. All right, our next guest is live with us in the studio, so let me bring her up. I met Carmen at the BLN event a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, and she is expert on financing and budgeting. So I wanted to get her on to share with us her masterful information on financing and budgeting. How you doing, Carmen?
I am doing good. Do I have my title up there? Did I enter the studio right? I can't see.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
You are in.
Does it say Benefits to Go, LLC?
Let me. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So we're going to let you take it away and have fun.
All right. Well, listen, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you because I just had the pleasure of meeting Casper at a networking, kind of like a business mastermind in DC, which is one of my favorite cities. I am located in St. Louis, Missouri, but I have offices in Maryland and in Chicago and in Kansas City. So it was just such a pleasure to sit down with him. We sat at the same table and we connected. And the only person that I regret that I didn't get a chance to meet was his beautiful wife that he just kept talking about all the time and saying how, how he can't wait for me to meet Cheryl and how we would kick it off. So how you doing, Miss Cheryl? I can't wait to share some information with you guys. So really quick, because I've only got 20 minutes. I'm looking at my phone right now. Again, my name is Carmen Hornberger, and the name of my company is Benefits to Go LLC. A little bit about me, right, in 30 seconds. I've been pretty much in the money business all my life. Did some work about 13 years for a financial services company here in St. Louis, and did another 6 years at an online brokerage firm in Scottsdale, Arizona. I moved back home to St. Louis in 2008, maybe about 2012, and I've been here ever since. I started my company because I saw that there was a huge financial need for not only women, but for business owners to understand their retirement by way of taxes and by way of investing, right? So I just want to get on here and I want to talk about different ways that we all can invest in our retirement and still keep away and still eliminate market losses and taxation. So let me get into it, because what I teach individuals how to do is how to index. So let's get right on into it. I'm getting ready to share my screen if I can. Do I have sharing screen privileges? I've got a presentation for you all.
Yes, I believe you do.
Okay, I'm on my iPad, but I'm trying to see if I can get into it. Let me see. Can I enter the studio on my iPad? Can I share my screen on my iPad?
Not
Or
sure.
do you all know?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, well, I've got my computer right here with me, and so I'm going to see what I can do, because right now I do not see the share capability button here. All right. So let me go on here. Sorry about that. If you all could tell me if you see it, or let me see here. I'm gonna bring up your email. I'm gonna join on my iPad right now. Okay. What we're going to talk about though today is how to calculate your FIN number, right? Because I got this stuff in my head. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to be talking about today is how to calculate your FIN number, which is your financial independence number. If anybody on the line also has another, let's see, where's the Facebook link? Viewer link. If anybody on the line has another 10 years to work, I have a program that you can. Okay, here I am about to come to the studio.
You're gonna have to mute one of your.
Okay, am I in?
Okay, which one do you want to keep up?
Okay. Now I'm about to present.
All right.
Sorry about that.
So I can remove the other one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I just was not prepared to present anything on this computer where you see I have everything in the world already set up. Okay, so this is what I wanted to present. Just let me know if you can see it. Let me go back in the StreamYard. Oops. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okie dokie.
Oh, you know what? I have a screen share going on. Maybe that's what the problem is. Let me stop screen sharing.
Okay.
And maybe you'll have the option now to share. Is the option there for you now?
Yes, wait a minute. Okay, it is. All right, now I'm just trying to get back to, here it is. Okay, how can I do this? Jesus.
You don't see the option?
Tara, can you help me? Let me see. Okay, I'm in StreamYard.
Should be down toward the bottom. It should be under settings or presentation.
Okay,
I
share.
think presentation, share screen.
Okay, here it is. Sweetie, can you help me? I'm trying to share I'm presenting and I'm trying to share my I'm trying to share this presentation that I have right here.
Move your finger.
I'm trying to share that.
But you have to do it. You have to start in StreamYard, and then it'll give you the option to select that.
Let me do it on my iPad. There's StreamYard, and I just want to share that presentation.
Down toward the bottom, it says presentation. You click on that. It should say share screen.
This one?
Mm-hmm. Okay, here it is. It's uploaded. My son is helping me. I only got about 10 minutes now. I was on my iPad at first.
You talking about that one? Is that the one you're talking about?
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. Do you think I should just email it to him?
It's still processing.
It shouldn't take that long.
It's already in PowerPoint.
No, it's just.
Does it start? Does it have? Are you getting value from line 2? Is that what it says on the screen?
Yeah, it says, are you getting value from line 2? Yeah, it says that.
Or do you want the benefits to go? That one.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's it. Is this it?
Yep.
Yeah, scroll a little bit. See if it is.
Scroll what? Am I sharing it though?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank God.
We can see it.
Okay. This is getting ready to be quick. Yeah. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. Again, I was on my iPad. I'm not the best with technology, but I promise you, I'm gonna take a class in it as soon as I get off this summit. Again, my name is Carmen Hornberger, and the only thing that I want to do in the next 10 minutes is just let everybody know, right? If you do not want to invest in a qualified plan, meaning a 401k, IRA. I'm going to list all these qualified plans in a minute so you guys can take a picture of these plans on your phone. You do not want to continue to invest in these plans if you don't have to. There's another option to invest in your retirement instead of 401ks, Roth IRAs, and other such accounts. What is my mission for Benefits to Go? My mission is to help 25,000 individuals in the next 5 years create passive tax-free income, because I want to be able to educate the masses on non-taxable assets. Guys, the 1% do not invest in qualified plans. They do not give up 35 or 25 or 40% of their wealth only to give the IRS access to their money by way of taxes. They just don't do it. So my job is to hire and educate and train other agents, right? So that I can open up new outlets, so that so that people can know more about indexing. So this is what we're going to talk about today, right? We're going to talk about another way to invest in a 401 outside of a 401k and an IRA. So everybody can have an option to retire tax-free. I don't know how the color is on this particular screen, but this is some facts about women. Since I help a lot of women, I just downloaded some facts from the wiserwomen.org. And this is just some pertinent facts about women in retirement. I'm not going to read all of them for sake of time, but what I'm trying to solve for is number 7. My mother, my aunt, several women in my family who made 6-figure incomes that had absolutely no business on being dependent upon any other government type of program were still dependent upon Social Security. As a matter of fact, African American women and Latino women, by the time they're 65 years old plus, over the age of 65, they are financially dependent upon Social Security, so much to the point to where it uplifts us about $9 million out of poverty annually. That's absolutely ridiculous. especially when 46% of these women and individuals are educated before retirement. So what's the who, what, and the why, right? So the who is just a little background information on the 401k, because trust me, if it, you know, it's not just me, it's a lot of people on here that think that the 401k has been around for 100 years. It has not. The 401k was just created in the early 80s, and it was only created so that rich CEOs could shelter the majority of their wealth. But what happened is, after they realized, right, that they really weren't saving any money at all, they pushed all this taxation on the middle class, and they made us pay our taxes to them later, which is why I'm going to get into the 3 ways in which we save our money, which is what the federal government is doing to us by getting everybody on the line to defer our taxes, right? So what is the what? I wanted to give some information because this is one key that a lot of people just don't know about their retirement and their retirement plans. If a woman or any individual saves $500 a month in a qualified plan for 30 years, that's approximately a little bit over $262,000 that she's contributed in her retirement. If she retires at 65, do you guys know she still owes the IRS a little bit over $100,000 in taxes, and the fees in this account is enough to send 2 children to college? It's going to be over $191,000 in transactional fees and administration fees that your 401k is charging you behind the scene. This is everything that I learned in corporate America. Another thing about these qualified plans is the taxation. I don't know if my slide number is over the taxation, if you guys can see it all, but the taxation breakdown on all of these qualified plans that I'm about to share is up to 36% on all withdrawals across the board. We already know about the additional 10% penalty, right, if we need or want access to our own money before the age of 59 and a half. But there's this RMD penalty that a lot of my clients over the age of 59, they have no idea what a required minimum distribution is. What a required minimum distribution is that the IRS says by the time you reach 73 in the state of Missouri, if you have not pulled out 10% of your total overall qualified account balances, not only are they going to tax you on the penalty, right? Well, not on the penalty. They're going to tax you on the withdrawal, right? Because you've been deferring for so long. So you've got so you've got the deferral withdrawal tax of anywhere between 20 to 36%, and then you've got the penalty added to that. So that's another 10%. So that's how we're getting up to 46% in taxes. Absolutely ridiculous. So this is why the majority, unfortunately, of all of my clients look like this if they have already entered into retirement. So everyone on the line, I help 2 sets of people that have another 10 years to retire, because I can help them, not invest in these type of plans, or people that have already retired and now they're just trying to produce passive income from their retirement, and then I help give them living benefits and long-term care, all wrapped up into the same strategy. But we can talk about that later. But this is what happens to the majority of Americans, right? That put all of their eggs in one basket. So the majority of my clients over the age of 60, they feel betrayed. They've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in their retirement. And the majority of my clients that I had in corporate America still cannot retire in the spring of 2026 because they've lost over 37% of their accounts. And this is what the federal government knows, everyone. This is what they know. Okay. So what if we really knew, right? What if we really knew that if we started with 5,000 or 10,000 and we grew this thing, and we grew our retirement right to 1 million, we still would owe anywhere between $350,000 to $400,000 in taxes. I tell my clients, all this is just surplus. This is just profits, which is just a gift that we're just pumping back into the federal government's hands, right? For them to pay their rich CEOs more salaries and bonuses. These are the plans. Casper, I don't know if we can see pension plans at the bottom. Here, let me. I'm too afraid to even touch anything on the screen. Okay, but the accounts that are affected, the qualified plans, ladies and gentlemen, are all 401ks, right, and IRAs. It doesn't matter how they slice it. None of them are good. 403Bs. Why do I have voluntary and involuntary? These are for your teachers. Teachers are taxed twice, guys. They get you voluntarily, which is the 403B plan, right? And then they get you involuntarily because teachers don't pay teachers do not pay into Social Security. So they get you by involuntarily, right? Without your permission. They withhold anywhere between 3.5% to 5%, depending upon your state. They withhold that. And then that's how the teachers get paid their pension, or AKA their defined benefit plan. So there's two ways that teachers are taxed. 557 plans. You would not, guys, you Casper, you wouldn't have any idea how many military people and clients that I have that are being affected by what's going on right now in the presidency. But right now, these 457 plans, AKA TSPs, they're all taxable. They all work the same way, ladies and gentlemen. 529 plans. Do not continue to put your money in these plans. These plans are also government owned. They're taxable. And I don't have time to go through all of the rules regarding the 529 plans, but they are controlled. If your children do not go to 4-year accredited colleges, and if you don't use the expenses towards, college fees and, whatever expenses that they say, you could be subject to taxation as well. I'm not really going to read into this because I'm getting kind of low on my time, but this is just some information. If anybody wants to book an appointment with me, I can, I'm not an economist, right? But I've been doing this for a very long time. I'm in my 50s, and I can tell you in 1971, Nixon screwed it all up for us. Okay. So if you want to book an appointment with me, I can tell you what happened. And we got, so right now our US dollar is nothing but a currency, right? I just got back from Brazil. If you go over to Brazil, their currency is called reais. If you go over there with $1 American, you can get 5 reais. Okay. So this whole US dollar and currency exchange and making our US dollar nothing more than, a currency that floats is not a good deal for all of us. That's the reason why the US economy is in the shape that it is right now. Our FIN number. This is what I help people figure out, because people that come to me say, Carmen, I know that I want to retire. I just don't know how much money I need. So I help them figure out their FIN number. The average age of my current clientele is 47 years old. So let's just make this math simple, right? Because because what's going on right now is people are unfortunately living longer in retirement. I don't know, fortunately, unfortunately, I guess it's good to live long, but if your money runs out, it's not, right? So if you're making $100,000 right now, right, and you want to have the same standard of living, and if you think that you're going to live 30 years in retirement and die at around 90 or 95, you probably are going to need an extra $3 million in retirement. I help people cut that down with at least 20% of that, right, in my program. So, and that's because I help them understand Rule 72. So many people are investing their money, but they're just invested in it. They are investing it in nonsense. Sorry for the sake of words, but they're not investing it by truly figuring out how long it's going to take for their money to double. So what I do is I teach my clients, and not only do I put them in vehicles that are going to keep them away from taxation and market losses, but I also help their money double, because I've got clients that are 8 to 12 years behind on retirement. So my products help you get caught up in retirement quickly. What is this? This is this is pretty much saying, right? I mean, I know I went through a lot of fear factors here, but indexing is the key. If all of us had a tax-free retirement account, it would not only eliminate taxes and generate income and revenue for us, but it would generate income up to 40 to 60% more than any IRA account could. This is kind of the like a because I think I'm out of time here, but this is kind of like a comparison slide, which kind of gives you a side-by-side comparison between my index product and an IRA. So again, just for sake of time, the only real difference is I'm keeping all of my clients away from market risk and taxation for the long-term play of retirement, right? Because the IRA is only going to give you limited contributions. It's going to obviously give you penalties and taxations on early withdrawal, and all of your money is subject to market volatility. I remove all of that. Another thing that I help my clients understand is the 3 ways that people are saving money. Guys, there's only 3 ways that you can save money, ladies and gentlemen, short-term or long-term, which is tax deferred, before taxes, or tax-free. For sake of time, I help all of my clients get some money in this quadrant up here, the tax advantage quadrant. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't start generating tax-free passive income right now before we enter retirement, our money is going to run out. I also help my clients create what's called living benefits, because a lot of them, as I said, are over 40 and they cannot afford a $2,300 a month good long-term care policy, right? And they don't want their children to be managing their medical expenses. So what I do is I help them create living benefits inside of their index plan. Can't get into that right now, but if you want to, learn more about it, obviously you can book an appointment with me. This right here, I don't know if you can. Let me see. Go here. This right here, I don't know if you can see it, but this is a side-by-side comparison of a 401k on the left and my indexing plan on the right. The only thing that I want for you guys to understand right now, for sake of time, is that the woman on the left, which is my client, she started with $394,000. This woman over here is her sister. She started with $580,000 when she began to contribute in her 401k. Her sister over here to the left that had to the right that had my plan, at the age of 66, when she was done contributing for her retirement, she had $971,000. So she still had about $81,000, a little bit over $80,000 less than her sister, which ended her retirement at a little bit over $1,052,000. This woman over here only received $41,000 for 29 years in retirement. This woman over here, my client, received $96,000 a year for 29 years in retirement. This number right here that's in the rectangle is the total of the amount of contribution years that they received in their retirement. This lady, 96,000 multiplied by 21 years is a little bit over 3.2 million. This lady over here, 41,000 multiplied by 21 years is a little bit over 1.1 million. The key, guys, is why in the world is this woman on the right? How in the world did she produce an extra $54,000 a year in income when she started and she ended with less money? The reason why is because this lady over here to the left in the 401k box, she paid taxes on every single withdrawal on that 41,000. So what's the meaning in all this? The meaning in all this is that if you invest in a retirement account and you're saving anywhere between $400 to $500 a month, and you do that for 29 years, you're giving up $2 million in income to the federal government, which needs to be in your pocket. And that's why I'm so passionate about what it is that I do. I'm going to go through a little bit of this right here. So how can I get this account? You can just get this account by calling this lady who's not real good with technology, but real good, but real good on indexing. Guys, I've been indexing. I'm 54. I'm not ashamed of my age. I left corporate America my son is 17. I left corporate America in 2010. I've been indexing ever since. I paid taxes on the money that I withdrew, Ms. Cheryl, from my 401k, and I've made back 40%, not only over the amount of money that I paid the IRS, but the indexing, right? Because my money is doubling every 5.5 years. So the more money I throw at my index, right, the more money that I have in retirement.
Awesome.
All right. Well, sign me up for my appointment. I'm coming. I want to talk to you, Carmen.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
You got my attention.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. Hopefully I didn't delay everything back so much. God is good. My son was here.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Absolutely.
you. All right. Our next speaker is actually in the studio, so we're not going to take a break. We're going to, I think we got about maybe 2 minutes. Folks, I hope you're enjoying this summit. I hope you're getting something from it. The summit is going to be available through all the streaming platforms that we're on right now with Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, you name it. But we're also going to take selected presentations and put them in our app. We're going to talk more about that toward the end of the summit. But we hope you're getting a lot of great information from this. We have some really great speakers, and we have some more great speakers to come. So I'm going to bring on our next speaker. And if my technical difficulties aren't challenged, I'm going to bring on Dr. Jess. And she is going to talk about sex and romance. So you definitely want to be paying attention. You want to be paying attention to this one. Yeah, so we're glad you're with us. She helps women of all ages improve their physical and sexual health through strength training. And she's going to explain all those to us. So Jess, take it away.
All right. Hi. Well, I'm Dr. Jessie Glaze. I'm a doctor of physical therapy, and I'm a licensed physical therapist in North Carolina. And so real quick, I'll explain like through strength training. That's some of it. I also do a lot of like pelvic floor work, self-care practices, and things that help you to improve your health across the lifespan. And I've gotten really passionate about this topic because I do a lot of pelvic floor physical therapy. And one of the most common questions I get is about keeping romance alive, keeping sex lives alive as we go through different life stages and changes. And I've talked a few times at different summits about especially maintaining libido through perimenopause. But in my research, and there's some great books that I'll recommend at the end of my talk too, if you want to dive deeper about intimacy and relationships and sexual experience and libido. I really want to talk more today about the sex and intimacy piece, about how libido works and does tend to work differently for men and women. And keep in mind with everything, there's kind of this concept in science of the bell curve where it's like if men are here and women are here, you're going to notice there's an overlap. So there are going to be some men that fall more into what I'm describing as the like, oh, this is how women usually are, but it's in general, right? There's overlap and everyone is different. And so a lot of what I'm going to emphasize is also like talk to your partner, talk to your spouse about what they like. But I want to get into how libido actually works. And libido is sex drive. What makes you want to have sex? Because in relationships, and especially in marriages, no matter how much you love your partner, if you're both busy and you've got the kids and you've got the jobs and you've got the house and you've got all of these blessings, right? They're also stressful. And things like intimacy can kind of fall by the wayside, which is not what you want in a marriage, right? Like part of the point is I want to be with this person, body and soul, for the rest of my life. And so even if you're going through all these life changes and your souls are staying together, like we want your bodies together too. Like this is an important area in a marriage. And so the big things to know about libido are that every single person has things that you can think of kind of like gas pedals or green lights, and things that are more so brakes or red lights. And in order for libido to really come through as, yes, I'm interested, yes, I want to be intimate, you need to have both the green light or the gas pedal on and the red light or the brake pedal off. So there's some complexity there that I think gets missed, where it's like, oh, everything was all right, the timing was perfect, like, and I just couldn't get in the mood. And that may be because all the green lights were on, but so were the red lights. You were hitting the gas, but you're burning out because the brake pedal's on. And so, and there are some differences most of the time between men and women. So for women, when we think about the gas pedal, like what gets you going, one of the things to keep in mind is hormones. And that's true for both, but women have hormonal cycles that work differently from men. So men have kind of a 24-hour hormonal cycle, right? They tend to have a little bit more testosterone in the mornings. I remember, boys will make jokes about this. Usually by the time you're an adult, you're not making those comments anymore. And then they have more kind of peaks in the evening as well, right? So that's why those are usually the two times that people talk about, like morning sex and evening sex. Like afternoon, maybe, but it's not as common. And then for women, our cycle runs on 28-ish days, right? And that continues to be true even after menopause. It's just less pronounced. So what that means is that we have a period of time where we're kind of ramping up and we seem to be very much in the mood. And then there's a peak. And then there's kind of a no, not really. And then there's a please do not touch me. And that's a big generalization, but there tends to be this cycle, and that matters for the gas pedal for when you're in the mood. There's also relational. So women tend to have a lot more attached emotionally to their gas pedal. Whereas, and this doesn't mean that men aren't emotional, because they are. And men are just as capable of like love and big emotions and all those things. And I think that sometimes we act like they're not, and that's does all of us a disservice. They are, but women are more likely to have a specific emotional response or a specific feeling of closeness to your partner lead to arousal. Where one of my favorite examples of that is like a lot of women will see a man like playing with their kids. And suddenly they're like, we got to send the kids somewhere, like immediately, right? And that's not actually about sex, right? That's not like, oh, my husband playing with my kids is arousing because of something. It's because, wow, I married a man who shows up for his children. And you remember how much you love your husband and that he shows up that way and he does these things and he's caring and he's kind. And suddenly you're like, all right, like, right? Like now you're in the mood. And that's a huge gas pedal thing, is being reminded how much you love your partner or what qualities of your partner you really, really, really love, right? Like, and it doesn't say that that doesn't work for men, but this tends to be a bigger one for women. Women also tend to be a lot more mentally wound up. We tend to do more fantasizing, tend to be more into those spicy books. Whereas a lot of guys will, I've known men who read the spicy books and like, I don't get it. And most spicy books, right? Most like kind of like sexy romance books are written for women because we can really build a mental picture, and that is a very strong gas pedal for us. Men, it's a little bit different in primarily that men tend to be more visual. And the classic examples of these are like, okay, like images, or, whenever we talk about boys growing up into men and college age and all of that, right? Like it's like images or movies. And it's not just that though, it's seeing you. Like you ever come out in a certain outfit and suddenly your man is about to destroy your outfit, right? Like he's going to ruin your cute makeup because he's like, right, wait, before we leave, you look so good. Or another common one is like the workout outfit, right? Because it's kind of form-fitting. And somebody's like, hang on a second. You don't actually look that different, but the visual of your body can be very, very attractive. And so men tend to have more of a visual gas pedal than women do. Both parties, men and women, one thing we have in common is we definitely have tactile gas pedals. That means touching. And it tends to be a little bit different. So this can be something where if you like brush up against your partner, suddenly, you brush up against your husband, or you brush up against your wife, or you touch her hair in the right way, or whatever it is. And suddenly it's like, oh, there are certain spots. And this is one to have if you want to ramp up your sex life, this is a conversation to have. What are the spots? Because everybody knows. And everybody has them. And they're not like the classic erogenous zones, right? But common ones are, tucking the hair behind the ear, or like touching your hair can be a big one. A lot of people have a spot on their neck that is sensitive. And if somebody touches them in that specific spot, whether it's the back of the neck or the front of the neck or the side of the neck, like it's a little different for every person, right? And is it a firm touch or is it like lightly brushing lips or whatever it is? But neck is a really common one. Shoulders and upper back are more commonly zones that men really enjoy. Lower back more so for women. And then same thing, both parties as far as like hips. There are a lot of different areas in the bodies where the right touch in the right location that is not even a sexual touch can lead to arousal and serve as a really strong gas pedal. And the reason I bring all those gas pedals up is because I do recommend, especially in marriage, trying to have sex regularly. It is something that tends to be self-perpetuating. If you haven't had sex in a long time, getting started again is much harder than maintaining a cycle of this is something we do regularly. And that's also true physically, especially as you age. Tissues do need more blood flow, and they get less blood flow. For both men and women, the blood flow to your genitals decreases over time. And when you have sex, that brings in a ton of blood flow, which is bringing in oxygen, bringing in energy, improving the strength of the muscles in that area, which do matter, and increasing your ability to get aroused again. So this isn't quite a like use it or lose it thing. I don't want to give you that idea, but it is something where it's the more you use it, the more you can use it. And especially I worked with a lot of women who hit a certain age and decided they're like, I guess I just am not going to be able to have sex anymore. And one, that's not true if you don't want it to be. But two, you can avoid that altogether by having a regular cycle of being together, being intimate. And especially just touching physically, hugging, cuddling, snuggling, being together physically is a hugely important thing for closeness in a relationship and for human bodies. If you're not touching at all, it is more difficult to maintain closeness. It's a huge part of oxytocin, which is a particular hormone that both men and women have, and it's a bonding hormone. It increases your feelings of closeness, and it is brought out through touch. So that's why I'm a huge advocate of like, know your gas pedals, know what kind of gets you going so that you can utilize that to create more situations where sex is fun for both of you. And that's another big gas pedal as well, is fun. And we're going to get into that a little more as we talk about breaks, because there are also breaks, and the breaks are different too. So usually breaks for both parties are stress. For women, what I hear and see in research shows it's mental load related. Not just I have too many things to do, but I keep track of everything. I know where the kids are going to school. I know which chores need to be done. I know what time everyone's doctor's appointments are, right? Like I am administrating, and there are a few too many things that I'm having to plan and think about all the time. And it's my brain is there instead of being here, where we could be having a much better time together. And that's also true as far as like, if your brain's out here doing all the stress things, it's not going to be present with your partner, even if you're just watching a movie. And presence together is really important for increasing intimacy and maintaining the longevity of a relationship. So for women, tends to be mental load. And usually what it comes down to is if you want to have more sex with your wife, you have to help her more. And it isn't a transactional thing. It isn't like, oh, I do this chore and I get this reward, right? But sharing household chores and childcare is a huge part of helping women to be able to step off the brakes a little bit. Actually, like taking responsibility, especially with parenting. This is a big one where some dads, and this is improving all the time, and I love to see it, that like some dads take on almost a babysitting role of, oh, I'm watching the kids, but I don't know where anything is. I don't know what they need. I don't know what their routines are. And mom has to basically almost direct the entire process. Okay, this is what they're having for dinner, and this is what that, whereas that's not as much help as it could be if it were, okay, I'm taking responsibility for the kids. I know that they eat food. I know that they go to the park. I know that they, whatever, right? Like knowing what you're going to do, planning that out yourself. The flip side of this, my ladies, is as long as they are not putting the kids in harm's way or really screwing up their routines, dad's probably going to do things a little bit differently, and that has to be okay. So that is the flip side that I'll see too, is sometimes it's, okay, well, you took responsibility for the kids, but you took them to the wrong park. And it's like, you gotta let go of some of that control or you're never gonna relax. If they went to the park and they were safe, and it doesn't matter which park they went to. And, you know, if they got dinner and it was nutritious, it doesn't matter if it wasn't what you would have cooked, right? Like that's part of the letting go. Now, that isn't true if it's actually a dangerous situation or like, oh, I gave the kids a couple of carrot sticks and Chips Ahoy. Like that's probably a conversation with your spouse about what parenting means. But in general, if you are able to let your husband take over some of those, and husbands, if you're able to step up and do a little bit more of that, it's going to be a lot easier to ease off that brake pedal and actually get into a space where sex sounds like a good idea. The flip side here, for men, breaks are stress related, but it's usually more related to finances and roles. So women need more help. Men need more understanding. Being vulnerable as a man, especially in like modern society, is really, really hard, right? Like it is difficult to be vulnerable, and it's scary because you're supposed to be like the big, strong man. So if you show vulnerability, almost every man I've ever talked to about this, and I have talked to a lot of people about this now, has said that at one point they have shown vulnerability to a girlfriend or to a spouse and kind of been shut down for it, where the response was, this is unattractive that you are showing this weakness. And if that's the case, they won't show vulnerability again. They won't tell you that they're having trouble financially, keeping up at work, having trouble with their responsibilities, feeling lonely or having difficulty with friendships, right? Things that are vulnerable for men to talk about. And so the other side is, if they do come to you, when your husband comes to you with things that are vulnerable, hey, I'm really nervous about work. They're doing layoffs. Listening and not making it about you. And I know this doesn't feel like it's related to sex, but that's where it is, because this is a huge brake pedal for people, is if every time he tries to talk about his feelings, you talk about how that affects us or how that affects me, or if you try too hard to relate. Women, when we talk to each other, we love to, oh, I know exactly what you're feeling because here's this example. Oh, yes, exactly. And then there's another example, and we'll build on each other. Men don't talk like that. And so when you do, it can feel more like you're squishing him because he's not going to build again. So letting him have that space, letting him have those feelings, responding kind of reflectively, like that sounds really scary. Like, how can I support you? Rather than, oh gosh, what are we going to do? Tends to be a little bit more supportive. The other big thing to know working with men, and this is something that I think every woman has had to discover, and they have done some research on this, and this is also just something that if you coach or if you work with men and women, at some point you will realize men tend to take longer to express their thoughts. And if you fill the space, they'll just back up. So there is a lot of sitting in what feels like a prolonged silence, especially compared to talking to your girlfriends. And just letting him process and being supportive while he's able to slowly formulate how he wants to say this, because it's often not easy to say if it's something vulnerable. So as far as reducing stress in the household, which is the biggest brake pedal for your sex life, men, it tends to be, we need more acts of service. We need more support for your women. Like, help your wives with things. Do it without being asked. Do it without needing explicit direction. Whereas men tend to need more emotional support. They're not going to get it most of the time from their male friends. Some men do, and I love male friendships like that. I think they're really important to build. But most men go to their spouses for their primary source of support with financial stress, with other types of stress. And just being that kind of supportive, receiving partner, which is something that women tend to be really good at. So it shouldn't be overly difficult. It's just learning how to not fill that space. And then I just want to kind of end with, so as far as, let me just recap. Those are the ways to kind of get the brake pedals off, right? Other things, having more fun, reduce your stress, spending time away where someone else is watching the kids, doing date nights, doing things that feel like silly but are just enjoyable for you. All of those ease off the brake pedals. We already kind of went over the main green lights. The main gas pedals are going to be like relationship, reminding each other how much you love each other, touching each other, looking at each other, talking throughout the day. Since women tend to be more fantasy based, like sometimes texting throughout the day, I found has really worked well for couples, where it's letting each other know that you're thinking about each other and maybe even thinking about each other intimately. And then I want to end, because I got a couple more minutes, with signs that you may want to seek out professional help or some sort of like mentor or guidance. So sexually, if you're having painless sex or very low or no libido that bothers you, like you're unhappy about it, seeking a medical professional or like a pelvic floor PT, like this is what we do, because that is not normal and it can be fixed. As far as seeking like more therapeutic guidance or potentially going to like somebody within your church, if that's what works for you, if you are having a full breakdown in communication, which is things like stonewalling, where, okay, we're just not going to talk about this, and you just don't have the conversation and you just fully ignore it, or we're not talking for a while, having long periods of time where you're not talking at all because of disagreements or arguments, or flooding, where one or both partners is getting so overwhelmed, they're like, I have to go, breaking down, crying. You're not able to actually have productive back and forth conversations. That is where like couples counseling or couples therapy can be life-changing and can truly save your marriage and help you to rebuild so that you can have that sex and romance again. Because that's what we all want. And that is what I want for you. So that's my 20 minutes. And thank you so much for having me. And I hope that was helpful.
Well, it was very helpful. Hopefully I'm not muted. Yeah, it was very helpful. And you're right about one thing. Guys don't go to other guys for any kind of emotional support, because we'll be like, yeah, suck it up, buttercup.
There's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. There's a video game like chat of these guys, and one of them says, would you be there for me if I was having a hard time? His friends are all immediately like, nope, nope, nope. And they just start making these elaborate jokes. And it's clearly guy love, but it's like, right, they're kidding, but also a lot of men need more support from their wives than wives need from their husbands in terms of emotional support. And that's a huge thing to be aware of with sex and intimacy.
Absolutely.
Jesse, Dr. Jess, this was excellent. We're so glad that you were on. This is a topic that we do need to talk more about, especially with in marriages, relationships. We need to talk about this, and it needs to be talked about even before people get married. You know, we wait till afterwards, and it's like, this is a big thing. Why you put this off till last?
Yeah, no, it's big. It's important. I'm glad you had me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. We're glad you were with us. All right. We're going to take another quick break here. In the top of the hour, our next speakers are in studio. So we will bring them on. You're watching the MVP Champion Online Summit, our first of many. We're going to do this again, folks. So hope you're enjoying this one. And we will take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here, and we're so glad you joined us again today. We're giving a big shout out to our MVPs. Woohoo! Woo!
Hey.
So glad that you joined us today. And so we're continuing on with the 7 keys to a healthy relationship. So today we're going to talk about key number 3, which is choose a real partner and not a makeover project.
Oh man, I bet you the majority of relationships wind up being someone who sees someone else and then wants to
make them
over, fix them up, right? Pull up their pants, get them a job, clean them up, scrub them up, and turn them into something.
Just think about it. How many makeover projects have you dated already?
Right.
Maybe you're in one right now.
Okay.
So you want to choose a real partner. Here's the key. You can't change people.
Right.
They have to be willing to change themselves. And if they're not willing, there's nothing you can do. You need to move on. Maybe that person will just be your friend or associate, but that's not a lifelong partner.
Yeah.
Already you're like unequally yoked. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So you want to choose a real partner. Makeover projects need work.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying we're perfect or
Right.
you're perfect and they're not. But we're saying is, for instance, you want a person who A, has some employment
Mhm.
or a business
Right.
or something.
Right.
You want someone who's able to take care of themselves.
Mhm.
They're not looking for you to be their mother, their maid, their bank.
Right. Yeah.
That's not where you want to go. Okay. So you want to make sure you choose someone who, kind of like we've said in the past, they're a good match for you. They have same good values, just
Mhm.
like you have.
Mhm.
Someone you can talk to, someone you can enjoy being with, someone that is mature.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
please.
Yeah. Someone that's trying to be an MVP like you are trying to be an MVP.
Absolutely.
The most valuable partner in a relationship.
Right.
Now it's not a competition, but it is something that you want a partner that's striving to be better.
Yes.
Just like you should be striving to be better, right?
Someone who has goals,
Mhm.
dreams, they have objectives,
Right.
they have a plan. They got a plan, they got a strategy,
Yeah.
and they're working on it. They're working toward it. Not that they have it all together,
Right.
but they're working on it.
They're working on it, just like you working on it.
Right. So a makeover project is someone who's not even trying.
Right.
They're just sitting around. They're lethargic
Mhm.
in the relationship. They don't move unless you have to, give them a
Nudge 'em.
nudge.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
to push them up the mountain.
And that's a clue, right? If you have to urge them to get off the couch to go get a job, then
Mhm.
that's not a good partner for you.
Absolutely not. And if maybe they have a job,
Mm.
but they just don't have a lot of motivation.
Yeah.
And you're a very motivated person.
Yeah.
So that's when it comes in handy for you to know who you are.
Yeah.
You got to know you.
Yeah.
And if you're a person who likes who's motivated, who's a little bit assertive, maybe you're aggressive. You
Mhm.
might be a type A personality. You
Yeah.
might be more of a socialite type of person. And maybe the person you're dating is not.
Yeah.
They don't want to go out. They don't
Yeah.
want to talk to people. They want to stay in. They want you to stay in with them.
Yeah.
They don't want to go anywhere. And they don't want you to go anywhere. I don't know.
Now, there's nothing wrong with motivating each other, right? There's
Yes.
because from time to time, you may be down, they may be up, and so forth. That's perfectly normal, right?
Mhm.
It's perfectly normal to cheer on your partner. Like if Cheryl's has a big presentation, I'm cheering her on. I'm wanting her to do
Right.
well.
Right.
But there's a point to where it becomes something you have to do in order for that person to even be,
To make a move.
to make a move.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
Yes.
So if you want to be an MVP, make sure you are not choosing a makeover project. Make sure you're choosing someone that's a good match.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl are here. We're so glad that you joined us again today. We're very excited. Shout out to the MVPs. I'm glad you're with us. So We're continuing our journey on the 7 keys to a healthy relationship.
Yes.
And so today we're going to talk about key number 6, which is don't play games or manipulate people.
Player. Oh boy, this is an interesting topic because I guess a lot of guys are players, but there are a lot of
There are women too.
players out there now
Oh
too.
yeah,
man.
I mean there are people. Some of it is intentional, but some people are doing it and they don't even realize it, and it stems from their background, how they grew up. And some people, their lives were so hard or so traumatic. The only way they can move forward, the only way they felt that they could get by is that they had to manipulate people, they had to control people, they had to play games in order to get what they want or to get to where they needed to, because they didn't know any other way.
Yeah.
There are children who grew up who had adults, and that's what they saw.
Yeah.
Adults who were manipulators, who were con artists. And so it just carries over.
Yeah. Some of it is like a defense mechanism because of what you were talking about, to where they just said, look, I'm not going to be hurt again.
Right.
So they get into this defense mode and they're on or the offense mode, to where they're the one playing the game, so that they don't get the game played on them.
Yes.
So, if you want to have a healthy relationship, you have to get out of that mode. And I have to confess, in my younger years, I was in that mode to where it was just all a big game. But at the end of the day, you wind up hurting people, and it's not really good for you as well over time. And I found that out, right? So if you're an MVP, please don't get into manipulating people and don't play games with people.
Yes, because you want someone who is upfront, who is sincere, who is honest. You want a person of integrity, because you don't want to play games, nor do you want games played on you.
Right.
And it ends up, like Casper just said, at the end of the day, you end up just hurting people. But the truth is, we as human beings, we really want to be loved. We want to have a good, healthy relationship. Sometimes we just don't know how. We've had such bad examples. But if that's the place where you're in, you can change. You don't have to stay there. You can make the changes necessary so that you're not manipulating, so that you're not playing games, so that you're not controlling people, that you can actually have the relationship of your dreams. But it's going to require some work on your part.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be willing to do the work and make the changes.
Yeah. What's the statement? Do
unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Right. So you don't want people playing games with you. So don't play games with them. All right, we are back. Casper and Cheryl here. And why is that still doing that? How about that? We are back with the MVP Champion Online Summit Series, and our next guests are in studio. I'm going to bring them up because I want to say a few words about these two folks. Eric and Sakisha. Let me see. Let me get some stuff going here. Hey guys, are you there? You're muted. I think you're muted. Unmute, please. Still muted.
We can't hear you.
You guys are muted.
I think he meant it.
You're still muted. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'll talk to the audience while they're getting unmuted. So we connected with Eric and Sakisha almost 2 years ago now.
Okay.
And we had a mutual. You're there. Yes, sir. So we had a mutual friend introduce us. We're looking for some folks to write a forward to our book. So we met with them. Sorry about that. Oops. We met with them online. We've never met in person, but we've been friends for like 2 years now.
Oh
Not yet. Not yet, but we're coming at you.
We're gonna have to fix that.
We're gonna make it happen.
Absolutely. So they wrote the forward to our book, and then also helped us get connected on Zandra TV network with the TV. So we have a Winning with Love show and working on season 2. But they've been a really great friends and supporters and mentors of ours, because they're a couple steps ahead of us in the whole game. So we're just watching them and trying to keep up. So thank you guys for coming on this summit and sharing your wisdom with us. You're going to be talking about financing and budgeting, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's a topic that's near and dear to our heart. So first of all, thank you guys so much for having us on this show. You guys are amazing.
Yes,
absolutely. All right, we'll take it away.
All right. So definitely we're gonna try to adhere to. We're gonna definitely be respectful of the time. So we'll do like an abbreviated version of our usual talk. But Casper and Cheryl, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for having us here. And for those of people that don't know us, we've been working with married couples now for 16 plus years.
Yes.
Those that are close to us or that have been in some of our teachings before, they know our background. But we wanted to talk about budgeting and financing, because that's something that it says, I forget the percentage of couples that have disagreements, and it's in regards to money. And for those of you who don't know our testimony, many years ago, like our youngest kids are in their 20s now.
Yes.
But when our kids were little, I'll say this first: who you're connected to and who you go into business with matters.
Oh gosh. Yeah,
who you are connected to and who you go into business with matters. Your financial decisions, it doesn't just impact the business side of your relationship, it impacts the personal side of your relationship. Why are you saying this, Sakisha? And that's because many years ago, my husband, he as a part of one of his business ventures, he had some amazing partners, and they were literally almost at the table for an 8-figure deal, y'all. I'm serious. I'm like 8 figures, super excited, had all the bells and whistles. We're excited about what was to come next. And at the last minute, it fell apart.
Yes.
Because they weren't in alignment financially. And can I tell you, it had a domino effect on our family, on our finances, and impacted my husband. And as his wife, it's hard to watch your husband go through a letdown. Of course, as a wife, you always want to see your husband smile. You want to see him win in every area of his life. But financially, you got to be in alignment. So suffice it to say, back then, we had to wind up filing bankruptcy right before Christmas. I mean, how many of you guys out there watching are parents? We know as adults, okay, Christmas is not about gifts. But when you have 2 young children that are excited about Christmas and you got to file bankruptcy right before that, my heart was like on the ground. So the process had to begin, after bankruptcy, because it's not something you just do and walk away from. It followed you on your credit for 7 years.
10 years.
10 years. And we had to start all over again, this rebuilding process. So we have a question for you couples out there that are watching.
Yes.
What's your biggest financial challenge as a couple? And the reason I ask you this, because when the 2 of you are in alignment financially, it's so much easier for the 2 of you to move forward, if that makes sense.
Yes, and that's the thing is, once you get married, you go from a single-minded to a together-minded. 2 minds come to become one. And she was sharing about that financial piece, that a business affected the personal. And then, of course, it affects the investment aspect. But understanding your money mindset is what you have to have a talk about. It has to be both husband and wife have to talk about that aspect. So,
can I interrupt? We're going to give you guys 3 key strategies, because I know to be respectful of time, we tailored it down to 3. So number 1 is, like my husband was saying, that money mindset.
Right.
Where are the 2 of you guys mentally? Like Casper and Cheryl have been sharing in their segments, you see they have these keys, right? Now, look at your spouse. which one of you is the spender and which one is you the saver? I mean, we're not gonna point fingers. We're not gonna be talking about one another. It's not about but the truth is one of you is gonna be a spender, one of you is gonna be a saver, or one of you is
we switched roles, sometimes she became the saver and I became the spender, but mostly it was her being the spender and I become the saver. I'm not saying all the time, but
we can laugh about it now. It wasn't a laughing matter when you had to file bankruptcy right before Christmas, trying to figure out what you're going to do with your children and what was your next step. But we had to develop a money mindset, and our mindset regarding money had to be in alignment so we can move forward.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah. So we got to think about what we call the B word. Budget.
Yes.
And budgeting with entrepreneurship is also that takes it to another level, because we're going to break down the 3 parts of the entrepreneur budget. Number 1 is the personal budget. Right. Number 2 is the business budget. And number 3 is the wealth investment budget.
Now, I'm sure you guys are wondering, Eric and Dr. Keisha, where are you coming from? Are you guys, what's going on here? Number 1, when we have that mindset, you got to have that money mindset come together in alignment and make a decision on where the two of you want to go as a couple. You got to be on the same page. If you're on page 2 and he's on page 40, there's a whole lot missing in between. So where are you financially and where do you want to go? Who's the spender? Who's the saver? And how did the two of you come together? Just like with conflict resolution, with communication, you've got to get in alignment.
And so when we're talking about that personal budget, that's where you have your household expenses and then your savings and then also your debt repayment. But then that's one thing. Now, because we're entrepreneurs, we're thinking about that business budget. That's where you're talking about revenue, reinvestment, operating costs. Right. And then that third aspect is what? The investment
or the wealth building
aspect. So when we're talking about that, now we got to talk about retirement. Then we got to talk about legacy planning. But that personal budget is what affects all the others. And as you heard the story in the beginning, our business affected our personal. So we have to make sure that we can kind of separate some of those 3 types of budgets. We have some walls there, some firewalls to separate that. So we got to separate that personal budget versus the business budget and the investment budget, because if one of those fall, it affects all of them. And that's what happened with us. One of those fell and it affected all of us. And that's why we had to do the bankruptcy.
So when we talk about it, when we talk about our mindset, and the reason I'm referring to this, we had to create a document. Because a lot of times we have these conversations, but if you don't have anything in documentation, it's he said, she said. But once you put something in writing, you can refer to what the two of you agreed upon. So in order to get into that money mindset, we had to create a money meeting. We met monthly. Each person, your situation may be different. In Dire Straits, sometimes you got to meet weekly about your finances. We've been paycheck to paycheck, so we understand that. But sometimes the goal will be to get together at least on a minimum of monthly. You know what's coming in and what's going out. And you put it into 3 buckets. You got that personal budget, which in many cases, we strive for that to be like 50% of the income. Then you have your business. If you're one or both of you are entrepreneurs. And then the wealth building, because we tend to wait to the last minute to want to plan for retirement. No, we can't wait until then. Life happens before then. For those of you that know my personal story, I've been a pharmacist for 24 years now. Several years ago, I got sick unexpectedly, and I had to step away from pharmacy for 4 years. That's 4 years of a 6-figure income down the drain unexpectedly. What was going to happen then? But if you're planning long-term, you're putting money in those buckets. If you're living within your means, meaning that you're accounting for your mortgage, you're accounting for your utilities, your groceries, you're able to shift. For many women, we think about, what's going to happen to my shoe budget? That's part of the miscellaneous part. And I'm being real with you and honest. I'm not going to sit here like a woman, like you want to look nice, want to be your hair done, makeup done, but that needs to be planned for. And just a caveat, that's one of the first things you cut if there is a decrease in income.
Now, one way of doing that is you have multiple checking accounts or accounts. So we can have that one account where it's the core account that handles all your household expenses.
Yes.
You know, the mortgage, the car payments, the rent. I mean, if you're renting, food and that such, and then you have another account, which is your miscellaneous account, and that's where you get your nails done, your hair done, those types of things, and that shopping. So that miscellaneous account. Then you have your investment account. So out of that 100%, you can change the percentages from each one, but typically you're going to have maybe about 40 to 60% of your income going into that core account to take care of your bills. So if you got 60% in there, you got 40% to spread across, right? So you can put another 20% in your missing, or 10% in your miscellaneous, and then the other 30% into your investment. Now those can be played around. You can change that based on your necessities and what you have with your discretionary income. But that's one way of looking at it. But there are many ways that you do for that personal budget.
Exactly. And the reason why we say that, because when you're getting ready to have this money meeting, for those of you, I like to take notes. I'm a note taker. You know how they say note takers are money makers?
Yes.
Take notes. Make sure when you're getting ready to schedule that money meeting, number one, block out a time where you will not be interrupted. The kids are not in the room. You're not going to have, you can silence the phones, no business calls. Make sure you know your monthly household expenses. You're going to have to create that system for managing your finances, and make sure you're putting aside or saving a percentage of your income, because the unexpected can and will happen, and start focusing on an emergency fund. Now you may be saying, okay, Dr. Sakisha, we can't do all this at one time.
Right.
I get it. If you don't have that emergency fund for unexpected expenses, start focusing on that. Decide if you don't have 3 to 6 months of savings, first focus on getting at least $500 to $1,000 on the side in case something happens.
Right.
And the reason why we laughed, was it 2 weeks ago? Our daughter's car breaking down, wouldn't start like 4 or 5 times. And I got tired of sitting in Publix waiting for AAA. We're like, forget it. We've got this emergency fund. We're going to have to use it. Lo and behold, right after that, what happened with the door got stuck. They want $400 just to look at it. Okay, fine. But when you have that emergency fund, you don't have to rob Peter to pay Paul. You can go into that emergency fund and handle those things without it throwing your entire financial picture out the window. But that's going to require the two of you to be intentional about it. Of course, when you're in alignment and we're saying, hey, we want to get a new house, when I tell you every penny was accounted for, it was like, no. Where that extra dollar come from out of the account? I'm being facetious, but you can be intentional about saying no to the Starbucks coffee, no to the eating out, because you have a bigger goal when the two of you are in alignment, making sure you have that on the side. That's how important that is, to have that emergency fund.
Exactly.
And
now there's some products out there that you can get where you can have an emergency fund and it grows like a 401k. Free.
Yeah.
Now, so that fund can be used budgeting, where you start your finance meeting. You got to talk about, okay, so if we have children, we put aside, if you don't already own a home, put aside monies for the home.
If that's what they want.
If that's what you want. Then you got to look at, okay, well, we got to look at retirement, vacations. All that has to be in considerations. And there are plenty of products out there that you can utilize, especially like if you're getting ready to have a baby, you can have $1 million baby. Because you can have some products. By the time they turn 18, they're already $1 million baby. It pays off their college tuition. When they finish, they can get a new home or a car. Those are products that you can set aside, and that's really the best investment you can do when it comes to finances for your children.
And that's really important. A lot of that ties into not only the money mindset, but one of our second points was like just budgeting for an entrepreneurial twist, making sure that you do your budget based on what the two of you are trying to accomplish. Meaning, if you have a corporate job, either both of you could have 9 to 5s, or one's a 9 to 5 and one's an entrepreneurship, or both of you are entrepreneurs. So you need to meet together and decide what your budget's going to look like. Because sometimes as entrepreneurs, income can be inconsistent. You can be 1 month like here, 1 month like that. So how are the two of you going to meet your needs based on the income that's coming in, if that makes sense?
Yes, and what she's going into is the step 3, which is the power of financial unity. So we got to explain that, and we can explain that to you where we have one vision, but 2 roles.
And there's something that, and for couples, listen to this. When I saw someone use this image, it stuck in my brain. Now, for those of you that had kids, you know how when you have that, what they call the 3-legged race, where your legs are taped together. As a couple, you got to be in financial alignment. There's got to be financial unity. So if the two of you, or if you're in that, because remember, 2 of you become one, so you're joined together.
Right.
But if this part of me is going this way,
and I'm going
and he's
this
going that way, how far are we actually going to get? We're going to be fighting against one another,
and we can fail.
Yeah. But then if you are in financial alignment, how much further can we go? How much faster can we go when we are in alignment, right?
Yes, with ease.
So that's why you have to have those conversations, have those monthly budget meetings. So the two of you are on one accord. Figure out who's the saver and who's the spender, so you can create a concrete plan on how to move forward. And the reason we say that with confidence is because we went through it. We can say, hey, we know what it's like to file bankruptcy. We know what it's like to have a failing business, having to shut down and start all over again.
Yes.
But then we also know what it's like to be given the tools and strategies to incorporate into the marriage to help us when we have those moments where it looks like, okay, we're going this way. Then, ooh, I see that new car. I'm going this way. Ooh, I see that new house. Hold up, let's dial it back in. Let's have our next meeting. What does it look like, and what would it take for us to accomplish that goal? Does it make sense?
It makes sense. And then part of that one vision also is understanding your strengths, understanding your weaknesses.
Yeah.
So if I have strengths, it should be able to offset her weaknesses. Let's look for my strengths that does that. And if she has strengths, let's look at the strength that she has, offset my weakness. So that way, together, we're moving forward in strength and not in weakness. And then we're not moving against each other, not competition, but in unison.
Yeah. I know one of the things I remind of in Proverbs 21, it says the plans of the diligent leads to profit. So we have to be good stewards over what we have. When we are faithful over little, God will make you ruler over much, but it's going to require you to have a strategy in order to move forward. One of the things I get reminded of, that 3-legged race.
Yes.
If I find myself, I'm going one direction, he's going another direction. Okay, we need to come back to the table, because we want to keep going as far as God wants us to go, but we got to do this in alignment, using strategies and wisdom. So it doesn't mean that our needs can't both be met, but we have to figure out timing. You know, it makes more sense to get the house first. If the car breaks down, okay, let's get together and restructure, come up with a plan of how we can tweak some things so that we can still ultimately accomplish our goal. We want to invest more in our business. What do we need to tweak? If I have to give up this miscellaneous account, okay, put that back into your business. Do you see what I'm saying? Just be mindful that you can have those one-on-one meetings to come back together into alignment. I'm always thinking, hold up. We're going further, faster this way. But if one of us starts to go this way or that way, we need to come back to the table and have another conversation. And it's not about pointing the fingers, who's right, who's wrong. It's how do we handle our budget and our finances such that we keep going further, faster.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And so, of course, we talk about the personal budget, and we talk about, well, we got to put that business budget together. And that's going to be based on your operating costs, your advertisement, and your investment as well, because you want to do your research and development in your business. Depending on what your business is, the research can be a little bit less than your operating expense, initial capital. All those things you have to put down on paper. Seek some wise counsel.
Yeah.
Do your research, and then of course the wealth building budget. Now, that's something you do some research and be open to new and creative ways of investment. Now, there's real estate investment, there's stocks, there's bonds, there's municipal bonds, there's revenue bonds. I mean, Then, and of course, there's cryptocurrency, so you got to do some research, gain some knowledge and some wisdom, because you know what the Bible says: the lack of knowledge, our people fail, we perish. So we got to do the research, we got to understand it and be open, and based on what you're trying to accomplish in life, that's where you're going to take certain risks or less risk. Or maybe you can balance your portfolio on how you're doing your investments.
Exactly.
Investment, crypto, however you do it. But that's you always got to put that, that piece in your total budget.
So we just want to remind you, if you're ready to stop struggling and start building, send us an email to eric@buildnetwork.info, or send me a DM under Dr. Sakisha Builds. Just put in there, the code word is I am Love Builders. So we know that you are connected to us through Cheryl and Casper. And we're more than happy to send you this outline, all these budget templates that we use, because it can be confusing sometimes when you're trying to have those meetings. And we have a guide that will help guide you along the way.
And thank you again.
Thank you guys.
Thank you,
Oh my
guys.
goodness, it's great. I can't wait to see you guys in person and stuff. We'll be, I know you guys are on the East Coast, but we'll be going to Dallas a couple of times this year, to the studio. So hopefully we'll hook up there.
Hey, and I'm gonna-
Absolutely. Sounds great.
Dr. Sakisha, I want my my handout.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our next speaker is in the studio. So we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a moment.
All right. Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. This is Casper and Cheryl Stockham here with you again. Big shout out to our MVPs. We're so glad that you have joined us today. And we're going to carry on with our series, The 7 Keys to a Healthy Relationship. Today, right now, we're going to do number 4, which is don't try to change yourself to be someone else.
This is important as well, because a lot of times we try to pretend to be someone that the other person likes. We think if they're into sports, we want to be into sports because we want to be with them. Right. But maybe you're just not really into sports at all. So the challenge is, over time, you're like, okay, you're looking at your watch and it's like, what's wrong? This is halftime. You're like, halftime? we got to go more into this? Yeah. So you really want to just be yourself.
Right.
Be genuine.
Yes. And you don't want to be in a relationship where someone is constantly nitpicking who you are, trying to change you to be someone that they're comfortable with.
Right.
They need to already be comfortable with them, and you need to already be comfortable with you, so that this relationship can be organic. It can just flow naturally the way a relationship is supposed to flow. Now, when you get into a relationship and that person's always trying to change you, always nitpicking you. For instance, maybe you are a size 3. And it's okay at first, but then they're always trying to feed you. You need to gain some weight. Or maybe it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Maybe you're, kind of a thick girl like me, and they think, oh no, maybe you need to be a little smaller. They're trying to change you. You don't want to be in that type of relationship. You need to be free to be you. They need to be free to be them, and that needs to flow naturally so you can enjoy the relationship.
Yeah. Now, as an MVP, you obviously are going to be working on you. So maybe you do need to lose weight, or maybe you do need to gain weight. Maybe you need to work out, or maybe there's a lot of maybes that you potentially need to be working on. But that should be you deciding to do those things, not them forcing you or them telling you or pushing you into those different things. Because at the end of the day, you're going to resent them for forcing you into that situation.
And maybe you do know, maybe I do need to, I know I need to lose some weight. However, it's something that you've decided you want to work on, and they're supporting you and cheering you on, as opposed to making the relationship uncomfortable.
Right.
That's not a good place to be. You want them to like you the way you are.
When you first meet someone, you need to be interested in them as who they are, but hoping that they are also working on themselves, improving themselves. I know I am definitely not the same as I was 21 years ago when I first met her. I'm always working to improve. I'm always working to be better. And she is as well. That's what makes a relationship work, is when you are both working to become better people over time.
And you're cheering each other on through the process without being nagging or judgmental or pushy or making it uncomfortable. So it just needs to flow. So you want to choose someone that loves you just the way you are, and you want to like them just the way they are. You know, it always tickles me, especially when people get on the dating apps and they put the picture up and it's a picture from 25 years ago, you know. Exactly. And so when you get ready to meet them for the first time, or you see them visually for the first time, your expectation is that picture you saw of them 25 years ago when they were, you know, slimmer or thinner, or had hair or all black hair or no gray hair. And then you meet them for the first time, you're like, that was the picture.
So the key to dating site apps and so forth is to meet them in person before you quote unquote fall in love with this person that you've never met before. You want to make sure you meet them at a nice public place, right? And just hang out for a little while to see if there's even any kind of synergy in that.
Yes.
Hey, we will see you on the next video.
Take care now. Hello, everybody.
All right, we're going to stop that there because it could go on past our bottom of the hour.
Our break time.
Yeah. So we're going to stop that there and bring on our next speaker. You are watching the MVP Champion Online Summit. This is our first of hopefully many summits. I think we will probably do these like once a quarter. So we're excited you guys are with us. I know some of you aren't able to stay for the entire summit. That's okay. People are going to be coming in and out, but we've had some great speakers so far, phenomenal speakers actually, and I've
enjoyed all the information.
Yes, and we have more speakers coming. You know, this is, I think we're almost halfway, so we got a lot more great speakers to come, and we have our next speaker who is in studio. We're going to bring her up, and her name is Arletta Allen, and she's going to be speaking on communication and the heal process. She's going to explain all that to you guys. Let me bring her up here. Are you there? Can you hear us?
I am here. How are you doing today?
We're doing awesome.
Good. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here with you all today. Really excited.
Yes. Well, we're excited to hear your presentation. So you've got 20, at least 21 minutes to share with us. So take it away.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get right on into it. Hey to everybody out there that's watching us here online. Y'all are really, truly the MVP champions today. And I'm excited to be with you here on today. I'm going to dive right in. How about that? So listen, just because we're talking, it doesn't mean we're connecting. And because words without understanding, they're just noise. And noise doesn't build love. It breaks it. And so today we're not just going to talk about communication. We're going to heal it. How about that? So let me tell y'all about a time when I asked somebody what was wrong. And you know what they said to me? The usual response: nothing's wrong. But the look on their face, their body language and everything told me something totally different. Whether you're married or single, we've all had moments like that where somebody says one thing when they actually mean another. And then suddenly what should have been a simple conversation turns into a pure emotional mess. You see, it's because communication in itself isn't just words. It's about connection. And so today, whether you're married, dating, or single, or praying for your partner like me, you're about to get a framework that will shift the way you show up in every single connection and conversation that you make. And why, you may say? Because after 2 marriages and 2 divorces, and now a wife in waiting, myself, I learned a few do's and don'ts along the way. So allow for me to introduce to you my HEAL framework. Somebody say HEAL. If you're out there, I don't care where you are, just go ahead and yell HEAL, because today we're going to heal some things. The HEAL framework is my God-inspired blueprint that I like to apply not only to some areas of my life, but to all areas of my life. HEAL is simple, but it's powerful. It's a powerful tool to help you to learn how to react, to learn how to go from reacting to responding, from confusion to clarity, and lastly, from surviving to thriving in your communication set. Each one of these letters has dual meanings, and I even leave room for you to be able to redefine it for yourself, because I love for people to be able to personalize and personify things. So listen to me, whether you're booed up with your hubby or your wife, or you're in your becoming season like me, the HEAL framework is going to give you something today that money just can't buy. You'll be able to apply it to not some areas of your life, but all areas of your life. The first letter of the HEAL framework is H, and it stands for honesty and to hear with intent. The next letter is E, and it stands for empathy and expression with clarity. The next letter to follow that is A, and it stands for accountability and to align with your purpose. And lastly, the L, to love and let go. So shall we break it down a little bit? We're going to go ahead and break down these 4 anchors, because they not only create safety and stability in your relationships, they're going to heal more than just your communication. They're going to heal your connection. So let's go ahead and dive in. Let's start with the letter H. Honesty and hearing with intention. Let that thing marinate a little bit. If we're going to be honest and we're going to listen to our partners with intention, what does that really mean? It not only means being honest with yourself and with your partner, it means to truly listen to understand. It means not to argue, to try to fix things. And this matters because you can't solve what you pretend doesn't exist. Yep, I'm gonna let that sink in, because sometimes I be saying things and you need to hear it more than once. You can't solve what you pretend does not exist. Hearing with intent means to be fully engaged, present, not distracted or defensive. Do you feel like you can do that? Do you feel in your current circumstances, your current situations, your current relationships, your current job situations, do you feel that you know how to listen and solve without pretending that a problem is just not there? I personally used to listen in relationship just long enough for me to respond. In other words, I wasn't seeking to understand the other person's viewpoint. I wasn't seeking to try to understand what comes next. I wasn't hearing with my heart. I was hearing from my hurt and my offense. And listen, that never ends well. It never ends well. And so honesty, it starts with you. Ask yourself this question. Am I really listening? Am I really listening? We need to learn to hear beyond our words, tune into our tone and our body language, and be able to be responsive to the noise of the silence. Because sometimes, without saying anything at all, that is when we are the loudest. So there's a particular scripture that I like to keep in mind that kind of keeps that particular part of the anchor in place. And it's called James 1:19. And it says, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. So a quick fun question for y'all. How many of y'all have ever listened with your face, but your heart was already over it? I'm guilty. I'm guilty as all get out. What I found is communication is an elephant. We can't eat it all at once. We can't. And so this framework in particular, we've got to consume it one intentional bite at a time. So shall we keep it moving? Let's move into the next part of our framework, which is the letter E. And that stands for empathy and expression with clarity. Empathy and expression is real simple, but however, it's not the easiest one or part of the toolkit that's the easiest to actually implement, because this requires putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Before you open your mouth and when you speak, be clear, be kind, and be honest. If you can't find yourself doing those three, being clear, being kind, and being honest in your response, then guess what? misunderstandings are going to grow like wildfire. Clarity brings peace, and empathy brings safety. But silence grows with assumptions. It just grows. And I mean, just fuels misunderstandings. One time I was in one of my previous marriages, I dropped a hint and I started thinking, you should just know what I'm talking about. We've been together for how many years? 16, 17 years. And you still don't understand. You still don't get what I'm saying without me having to say. But the truth is, sis, he's not psychic. He's not. And bro, listen, your silence is not romantic. It's actually confusing. It actually just fuels that fire. A few key points I want you to take away from empathy and expression. You need to be able to express what you feel and what you need clearly with empathy and not sarcasm. Once again, express what you need with clarity, clearly, with empathy and not sarcasm. You need to speak to your partner in order to connect, not to control them. Because sometimes, y'all know, sometimes we oftentimes will activate that silent treatment in order to try to control our partner's outcome. And that's just no good. Don't expect people to read between the lines if you never wrote the sentence. Good. So good. I'm going to say it again. Don't expect people to read between the lines if you have never wrote the sentence. My mama used to say it all the time this way. And she would say, a closed mouth don't get fed. In other words, can't nobody know what you mean if you don't speak up. In relationships, we must be adamant about creating safe spaces that cultivate, and it gives you a space to be able to express safely without feeling attacked. Is that fair? I think it's fair. Okay. So we're just going to move right along. Let's get into the A of the HEAL framework. And that stands for accountability and aligning with your purpose. What this means is huge. And for all you note takers out there, I want you to stop what you're doing. And if you don't write nothing else down, I need you to write this. You need to start owning your part of the conversation. Because yes, some of the things you be saying are triggering. Some of the things you say oftentimes get a response that's not the response you're looking for. But you want to make sure that whatever you're saying, that it actually supports your shared goals and values within the relationship. If what you're saying is causing an outside and outward angry, offensive response, then you need to be aware of what it is you're saying and how your partner would respond to it. That's called accountability. So blame comes in and it comes to divide. If whenever a situation pops off and your partner comes to you and tells you that they don't understand why you don't understand where they're sitting or where they were coming from when they expressed or said what they had to say, and the first thing you do is blame, you're pointing fingers here, there, and everywhere. Everybody's to blame but you. We have to be accountable for the words that we speak out of our mouth. And even more importantly, you have to know that accountability helps us to be able to grow. It helps us to be able to bring forth unity and growth. And let's just be honest. When it comes to relationships, we should not be in relationships to win arguments. You should be there to protect what you all are building. If you are married and you're in an ongoing relationship and you guys are locked in for life, everything that you do and say and every outward expression should be something that unifies, something that looks towards the overall goal, the destiny mark, the legacy mark, whatever it is that you're building. So key points for accountability and alignment today are going to be own your own part. Whatever that part that agitated, irritated, stepped in there and tried to take things left, don't deflect and don't deny, and definitely don't delay. Don't let time sit in between the time it takes for you to be accountable to your actions. Because the longer you sit, remember those misunderstandings we talked about earlier, the longer they brew. You want to speak words that align with your relationship's purpose. Speak words that edify. Amos 3:3 said it like this. Can two walk together except they be agreed? I'm going to ask you that question. Can they? Can two married folks, two committed people in a relationship, can y'all walk together unless you guys are agreeing on the direction that you're going? in order for you to understand the totality of this framework, you have to understand that you have to come together and agree. In order to heal communication, it has to be a genuine effort from both ends. And have you just think about this for a second. When those irritations and agitations have happened in your relationship, have you ever been the first one to say, I'm sorry, just to try to keep the peace? Because listen, after you've argued and had it out and slept on the couch and that one went that way and that one went that way, you get sick and tired of seeing the same broken distraction over and over and over again until you start to do something different. And different is important. Sometimes when you see that motion and the decisions that you're making in communication are not working, it's time to shift gears and do something different. And guess what? That's okay. You might have been the first one to say, hey, I'm sorry, whatever this is, I'm sorry for it, just to keep the peace. But you know, on the side, you still had an appetizer of attitude that you was brewing. So come on. What you did was suppress that. You suppressed your true feelings. And because you didn't feel safe in a space with your partner, you just called it something else. So we got to get beyond being offensive and defensive. And you know what? The better you start to be more aware of how you respond in communicating between you and your partner, the better the relationship will become, and the more freeing the relationship will be when you all communicate amongst each other. And just think about it. This will lead us into our final anchor of this framework, and it's the L, final, H-E-A-L. And what does L stand for? It stands for love and let go. Love and let go. Let your love show up with how you speak and respond to your partner. And let go of the need to be right all the time. I'm just going to go ahead and free somebody today. You're never right all the time. I don't care how good, I don't care how good you may think that you are. You could never be right all the time. And it's okay to digress, to simply just keep peace, and also give your partner that space and room that they need to feel like they're seen and heard and validated. It's very helpful. So your need to feel right, oftentimes it comes to control, and it also carries old baggage. In other words, things that you guys have resolved amongst each other, things that you have let go and moved on from. If you have a need to feel right, what you'll do is you'll go and you'll reach back and you'll grab that bag of what y'all forgave each other for, and you'll be like, but you remember when, you remember how, and now all of a sudden that past problem has now become a present problem. But y'all buried that. So why'd you go take a shovel and dig it up? Because you felt defensive. And that's an error that we make oftentimes in our communication. You can't build a future while clinging to past wounds. Love in itself softens, and it allows for healing to begin. So I like to say it this way. I love you more than I love being right. So let's move forward together. Can y'all say that with me? I love you more than I love being right. You know what I'm saying? Your partner should mean that much more to you. Okay, my feelings is all jacked up, and yeah, I'm a little bit on the defensive side, but I love you more than I love being right in this situation. You deserve to have rest, and you deserve to have peace in our situation. So how can I edify that? How can I be the one that activates that tool in our relationship? I need you to understand today that sometimes love means letting go of being right, of old pain, of past stuff that just simply doesn't serve your future, and where you all have come together and decreed and declared this is where we're going. So you have to love them enough to be able to release pride, pettiness, and a need to win. Because who truly wins if you two fall apart? Who actually is the game? What is the game other than the enemy of our souls? Because he hates unity. He hates to see married couples win together, love together, stay strong together. I mean, divorce is on a rampant because so many people are just so selfish. No one's willing to compromise their own feelings to see the feelings of the other. And that's what this framework does. It puts it all back together. So we learn with intentionality that we need to heal from past things, let them go, and continue to love, because love answers all things. Ephesians 4:29 said, let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth. So whatever it is that you're saying to your partner, however it is that you're interacting with them, I need you to check yourself. You need to check yourself, because you need to be an intricate one who definitely gives over to the growth and the communication and the connection in your relationship. So today I would like to leave you with this final charge and call to action. Communication in itself is more than just talking. It's a ministry. One more time. Communication in itself is more than just talking. It's a ministry. Whether you're learning to love again, love better, or even loving yourself, like the stage that I'm in right now currently, let your words reflect your heart's need and readiness to be able to build with someone, to be able to invite someone into that space. Whether you're married out there and you're learning communication effectively amongst each other, or you're single like me and you're out there and you're trying to figure it out, but you're a woman in waiting, or you're a man who's looking for his wife, whatever that may be, work on you at this time. Learn how to communicate effectively so that when that partner comes, it is a safe place. It's a safe place for them and for you, for both of us to be able to grow. Let your tone match your prayers. So whatever your heart really is for that individual that's in that relationship with you, that spouse, whoever God has called forth into your life to love and to honor, to respect, allow for the love that you feel for them. Allow for the tone and your body language and all of that when it comes to interacting with them and communicating with them. Allow for your prayers to match that. And most of all, allow for love to lead the way, because love answers all things. Love is the complete and total answer for all things. If your words are bitter, if they are cruel, if they're not doing exactly what they're supposed to do, then guess what? You're missing the mark. And ultimately, there's an ultimate mark that we're all after. We can't miss that. Let your speech always be with grace and seasoned with salt. Yeah, you thought those were just my words. No, that's Colossians 4:6. So today, going forward, I want to challenge you. Don't just speak, heal, be honest, be empathetic, be accountable. And lastly, love and let go of the things that no longer serve you. This will increase your communication, and these tools activated in your life right now today can touch every area of your life and edify that relationship like never before. Once again, my name is Miss Coach Arletta Allen, and I'm so grateful to have been here today to be able to share these tools with you. God bless you.
Ooh, Coach. You speak our language.
We are healed.
Yes, come on, healing. Yes. Oh my goodness.
You don't know how you just you just you just don't know.
I'm so blessed and I'm so grateful to have been here with you on today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I just, in my heart, I've learned some ups and downs in marriage, you know, and I know that one of the best things that I ever learned was to be honest with my feelings. But I can't be honest in a space that wasn't created for my safety. Right. And in order for us to grow in communication, we have to create safe spaces for each other. So that we both meet each other in the middle somewhere. No one has to be right and nobody has to be wrong, but we do have to make it our business to heal in our communication.
Amen.
You're so right, sister. Well spoken. Well spoken.
You. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We love you.
Love you too. Mwah.
Okay. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, our next speaker is in the studio. So she's going to be joining us here in just a moment, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl here. We're so glad you joined us again today. MVPs, you've been hanging in there with us. And now we finally get to the 7th key, which is have a bottom line.
Super important. Got to have a bottom. At the end of the day, it's really about having that bottom line, having those standards that you will not do certain things that go against your values.
Where you won't cross the line.
Right.
So I had a bottom line. Well, I had several bottom lines.
You had several bottom lines. But you had a big bottom line.
And also with having a bottom line, the other key thing is don't ignore the red flags.
Right.
You know, you that was my thing. Pay attention to the red flags.
And there's typically always red flags, but people ignore it. We see them, right? When
Right.
we're talking to them, we say, that was a red flag.
But we so quickly dismiss them, ignore them, pretend that they're not there, pretend that they're not happening, or the biggest deceit of all, oh, when they get with me, they'll change.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
That's not how you want to start or be in a relationship.
There are people who've gotten married and they've looked at their spouse and like, well, I don't know why he's like this. I don't know why she's like that. And you say, you ask them, you say, well, when you were dating them, how were they?
Well, they were like that.
Okay. That was a red flag.
That's
You
a
just
red
ignored
flag.
it.
Yeah.
So that was my bottom line. I paid attention to the red flags.
Yeah.
And one of my other bottom lines was because I am a firm believer in Jesus Christ and he is my Lord and Savior, I wanted to live a very chaste life to the best of my ability. So at the time my husband came along, I had already made that decision that there will be nothing going on until I'm his wife.
Yeah, no physical relationship until we're married. Now, that's not where I came from. That was foreign to me. But when she said it, though, it threw me back for a moment. It wasn't that long of a moment, I don't think, because I wanted to be her husband, and I wanted us to be together. So I was willing to work through that, and it was the best thing that ever happened because we got a chance to become friends, like really good friends. Through all the questioning that she was asking, we got a chance to be really good friends. And I'm telling you, it is the absolute best thing that could have happened in our relationship.
So yes, you need your bottom line may not be my bottom line,
right?
Maybe totally different, but you need to have a point that you will not cross.
Right.
You need to have a point that is so important to you that you're going to stand your ground, no matter what.
Yeah.
And if that person really cares for you and care about you and find you to be a person of value, who is valuable to them, they will not cross your bottom line.
Right. They will respect it, just like I respected her bottom line. I didn't understand it in the beginning, I got to be honest, but I respected it because I respected her. And at the end of the day, you really should be respecting your spouse, even through these times. Even if you're arguing and fighting, whatever, you still need to have enough respect for them to not cheat on them and things like that. So yeah, it's critical.
So if you're one of our MVPs, and you should have a bottom line, you need to sit. If you've never thought about it, you need to sit down, write it out, and say, okay, where's the point that I will not cross in a relationship? It could be something as simple as I will not entertain anyone who is unemployed and not looking for a job.
Okay.
My bottom line is I will not be anybody's bank.
Right.
We're going to work together. And if we can't work together, then we can't have a relationship.
Yeah.
Have a bottom line to the point that you're not afraid to walk away when it's time to walk away.
Yeah.
Don't stay in a relationship just because, and just don't let anything go. Anything goes in your relationships. You need a bottom line. You need to not ignore the red flags. You need to know the point where you won't cross.
Yeah. MVPs, we're excited that you're with us. We have some more trainings coming out as well. We're going to have a good time. This is going to be a very exciting time for you, and we're excited that you guys are with us. We'll see you on the next video.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here. Big shout out to our MVPs, and we're so glad that you join us today as we discuss our next key, which is keeping your love bank full.
Yes, the love bank is very important, and this is a concept some people don't really understand that much, but what we're talking about is making positive comments and doing positive things for the people around you, the people that you love, right? It could be as simple as kissing your spouse when you come home from work, or playing games with the kids, or hugging your children. Very, very important. That's putting a positive deposit in the love bank. But you can also make negative withdrawals from the love bank, and you got to be mindful of those as well.
Yes, love banks are very important. Now, I know you probably think I never heard of that. I didn't know we had love banks. Well, each of us do.
Yes.
We have love banks, and our deposits into the love banks can be intentional or organic, meaning it's just free flowing,
Yes.
something you just do because you do.
Right.
Something as simple as opening up the car door. Honey does that for me.
Mm-hmm.
That is just an organic deposit that he makes into my love bank. Your love bank can also, your deposits can also be tied to one's love language.
Right, right, for sure. Yeah, so we have a love assessment you can take from our website, and it helps you develop your love persona, but it also helps you discover your love language. Now, if you're making deposits into your spouse's love bank, but they're not connected to their love language, then it may not be as big of a deposit as you think. You may be doing a lot of things thinking that you're making all these deposits, and they're like, yeah, okay, thank you, but it's not really registered.
Yeah. So you really want to make those deposits that's important to them. And then you also want to be intentional. There's the free flowing ones, and then there's the intentional ones, which means you might have to give a little thought. So you might have to think about, for instance, Honey is intentional with me in sending me flowers. I love flowers. I love fresh flowers, love roses. And so he sends me flowers to my job, or I'll come home, there'll be flowers on my desk or on the dining room table, and he sends them or gives them to me just because. Right. No real reason behind it other than the fact that he knows I love flowers and I enjoy them. So he makes it intentional. He makes a specific stop somewhere to get me flowers.
Yeah, yeah. Let me tell you how powerful making sure that your loved one's love bank is full. Let's say you have children, and if it's a single mom and she's working every day and she's trying to provide for her family, and her a pair of sneakers. And sneakers today could be $100, $200 for a pair of sneakers. And the mom is saying, I'm not buying that. Well, if that child goes out to the street and there's gangs around, and the gangs are trying to recruit, these young kids, and they said, we'll buy you the sneakers, don't worry about it. Right. And then the kid comes home with the sneakers, and the mom is saying, where did you get them sneakers? Boy, take that sneakers off or whatever. And then the gang member, see, this is a way in to that child. So the gang member says, don't worry about it. We'll buy you another pair of sneakers, and we'll keep them at the clubhouse for you. So when you come to visit us at the clubhouse, then you can put on your sneakers and you can be styling, right? That's a way for the enemy to get involved and get your child into a gang. That's how powerful the love bank concept is.
Yes. So the moral of the story is not that you have to buy your children sneakers and give them anything they want, whatever they want.
Right.
However, the moral is that you need to make deposits into them. And it could be simple deposits or deposits that are intentional, as in teaching them the value of money.
Right.
So that when people are teaching them to be aware of people who might try to manipulate or coerce or persuade them into something they don't want to be in, that's also a deposit.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. Look back on your childhood. There were some really good things that your parents taught you that end up being valuable to you when you were younger. And definitely when you get older, you look back and say, that was an important lesson. I didn't like it when I was a teenager, but I understand it now.
Right.
So deposits are important, both negative ones and the positive ones.
Yes.
But the key is to make more deposits that are positive into your loved one's love bank.
Amen. Amen. So we'll see you on the next video. All right, we are back, and our next speaker is in the studio. We're going to bring her up, and she's going to have to help me pronounce her name, but she's a great speaker coming to us from, I can't remember where she says she is right now. I think she's from India, but she's maybe in Canada or something. She'll have to let us know. How do you pronounce your first name?
My name is pronounced Hania. I'm Pakistani.
Hania. Okay.
Hania.
Honey. No, you said
Yeah.
honey? Or?
You could say honey. You could. I've been called honey in high school, so that's fine.
Okay.
Is it honey or is it
Hanya.
Hanya?
Hanya.
It's Hanya.
Hanya.
All right. And she's going to talk to us about communication. So we're excited to hear your presentation and
Yes.
take it away.
Okay, so I will be sharing my screen in a while. So I'm just going to introduce myself. So hi, my relationships, and that includes parent, child, sibling, acquaintance, work, romantic relationships, all of these things today. So I'm just going to share my screen. So just give me a minute. So I'm just going to get started. So okay, share screen. Yeah, it's got to find the window. So yeah, so I'm just going to start the slideshow now. So this is about communication in relationships, and this is for all types. So first, what does communication mean in relationships? That means clarity, understanding, importance in relationship, verbal and nonverbal. This could be in groups, or this could be anyone who you talk to. It could be simple as when you check the letters and you see the Canada Post lady check out the getting the mail, and you have to get like your tracking number for a certain parcel. That is also communication too, because it is with people who you work with. So types of relationship: parent-child, siblings, friends, acquaintances, colleagues, and romantic relationships. So common factors in every relationship: communication, trust, boundaries, control, personal maturity, family system, social system, coping with conflicts, and sharing dreams and goals, which is from a book of this famous South Asian renowned psychiatrist, Dr. Kaizo Hill, called The Art of Loving in Your Green Zone.
So just so you know, if you're changing the slides, they're not changing on our end.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought they were changing.
Yeah.
Okay,
You have
so,
to.
just give me a minute. Should I share the screen again?
Yeah, share the screen, but then you have to go into presentation mode, I think, for the slides to
Okay.
change.
All right. Okay. I'll just share my screen again. Hold on. Yeah. So common factors in a relationship were these that I discussed. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So parent-child relationship, that is knowing your kid's needs and wants, communicate through different ways, and providing essential needs. So that is when you know, like when a kid is a baby, you know that they want milk, they want to play games. When they get older, you know they have different needs, they have different desires. You communicate through different ways. That's like type. So siblings is a second one, that is dealing with conflict resolution, peer support, and communication skills. Because your very first conflict resolution happens with your siblings. That's like your biological siblings. So pretty much it's like, let's say if you have to make chicken wings and you don't know how to make it, you're going to research the recipe and everyone's going to do their part. That's the example. And friends. So this is a little bit different. It's dealing with conflict. That is through different ages. You share goals while growing up. And as you deal with changes throughout life, let's say when you first start in school, go and do your post-secondary, do your master's, and get married, stuff like that. So those are some examples. Are you able to see the screen? Hello? Are you able to see the screen? Okay. Then next is acquaintances. So acquaintances is
Sorry,
people
yes. Yeah, we're seeing it change. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so it's people who you grow up with and you have a certain limit of communication. So it's like saying, hi, how are you? With me, there's like tons of acquaintances I know from my school, high school, college, work, that is have hello, hi with. So that anyone can relate to. And it's like, yeah, how are you doing? What are you doing now? Where are you in your life? Something like that. Then colleagues. Colleagues are people who you work with. So this is a different kind of a circle. So that is, you share similar employment goals. Like everyone wants to get the next position. Everyone wants to find a way how to work on the next presentation. You you become friends over the duration of job. That depends on how long is your job and how long you want to keep in touch with them. I know there's a few girls I used to volunteer with a long time ago. I'm still in touch with them through Instagram and Facebook. So that's an example. It's a different social circle. So we're always looking towards work. And the last one is romantic relationships. So that is having mutual respect, having an understanding, share similar life goals, like what you want to do, work and life daily balance. So that means you have work, you have relationship, you have kids, you have to balance that out and communicate thoroughly. And so thank you. So those are my slides. And so this is what communication in relationships is, and these are the different types.
All right, thank you. I was in the middle of taking a snack.
Oh, it's okay.
No, I appreciate that. We got some more time. If you wanted to, or I can, I don't know if we have any questions. We don't have any questions coming up in the chat, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So anyways, that was communication. I'm so happy to be.
Uh-oh. I think you froze up too. Okay. Let me, all right. So I was right in the middle of a bite, but I'm going to go ahead and try to force this down. We have some, I think we have some slides on communication. Let me see.
Right there.
Oh, this is the issues, the hidden issues.
No, the other one. Is that the one you talked about right up there?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I think so. Let me see. Wife knows. That's problem solving. We're going to get to that later.
Okay.
But there's another one. This one may be it. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to share, Cheryl and I are going to share some information with you for the next 10 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to talk about dealing with expectations.
Yes. So, expectations is a natural part of a relationship.
Yeah.
We all have them. Everybody has their expectations. Your children have expectations. Your parents, your coworkers, your managers, everyone has expectations. It doesn't matter whether they're who they are. But the thing about expectations, they could be small and they can be large. They can be reasonable or unreasonable. They can be spoken, unspoken. However, when expectations go unaddressed, unfulfilled, they can lead to conflict and even a lot of hurt feelings and pain and feeling lonely and not connected.
Yeah. So we have to decide what to do about these expectations. We have to be able to recognize them, but then we need to know how to deal with them, what to do about them.
Yes. I mean, it's one of our speakers, I think, spoke earlier today. She said that, we're not mind readers.
Right. Right.
And so if I have an expectation of my husband, I don't expect him, I shouldn't expect him to be a mind reader.
Right.
I just need to be able to sit down to say, hey, honey, I would like this, or can we do that? Or this is working for me, or it's not, I have to be able to open my mouth and communicate.
Yeah. And we always say healthy people ask for what they want and need.
Yes.
So that way your spouse does not have to become a mind reader trying to figure out what you're wanting.
Right. Because unaware expectations doesn't help the situation at all.
Right.
It leaves a person feeling unheard, unvalidated, unloved, unconnected, and uncared for. So expectations unaware cannot be. You have to be able to make them known.
Yeah. And then you want to check to make sure that they're reasonable, and you want to share them, which deals with communication.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't want unreasonable expectations either.
Right.
Where it's more than that person can possibly attain.
And when it comes to communicating, you want to make sure you're making it safe for your partner to connect with you, to
That's right.
share their expectations.
Right.
Because you could share the expectation and your partner says, that's crazy, or that's this,
Yes.
or you got to make it safe for your partner to share those things with you.
Yeah, being what's the word? Unvalidating.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the point that now you feel uncomfortable
Mm-hmm.
in sharing your thoughts and feelings.
Right.
The environment is not comfortable for you.
Right.
And then the next one is emotional safety. And emotional safety is being comfortable and safe enough to be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard being in a relationship and you can't be you.
Right. Yeah. You're walking around on eggshells, basically, right?
Right.
You can't do anything without your spouse snipping at you or whatever, and it's just not a good situation. And or maybe they're yelling at the kids every 5 minutes. They're yelling at the kids,
Right.
you know,
Or kicking the dog.
and doing all that stuff. Yeah.
And the next one is commitment safety. We as people like to know that even when there's challenges, and there will be, if there are issues that will come up, and there will be, that our partner or spouse is not going to check out on us, either physically actually leave the relationship or emotionally check out.
Exactly.
You need to know that you're going to be there. We can go through the thick and the thin.
Yeah, you can get a lot of this information in our book on chapter 18, where we go over these type of topics. So we want to also talk about honing in on your communication skills. And for us, we have this thing called the 4 C's. So we're going to go through these. The first one for us is Christ. You know, we're Christians, and we believe we're
kingdom believers.
Kingdom believers. We're in alignment. So you see these bumper stickers. What would Jesus do? But then we go down the road a little bit further, and somebody cut you off. And
Oh boy!
You're not doing.
I don't think Jesus talked that way.
Right? Now there's some things that Jesus taught are very hard, potentially hard for us to do.
Seems to be kind of hard to swallow.
Yeah, like turn the other cheek. Right? Somebody slaps you on this cheek, and you say, "Oh, slap me over here too."
And he's not meaning physically.
Yeah.
So then the next C is control. And control doesn't mean you control people or you control the situation. It basically means self-control.
Self-control, absolutely.
You are controlling you.
Yeah, and it's funny when we talk to people about this, they say, well, you don't understand. She did this or he did that. And I said, well, when you're at your job, and if somebody says something that's off color or whatever, do you go off on that person? Because if you did, you probably wouldn't be working there much longer.
Right.
So you have to have some control of yourself, your emotions. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't have any.
Correct.
Just that they should be under control.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And definitely when you come home, you shouldn't take out all your frustrations on your spouse.
No.
That's not how you do that.
No, because you and your spouse are a team.
Yeah.
You're number one. And so you two should be a formidable foe against any obstacles or challenges or upsets.
The strongest team on the planet. Yes.
Yes. So then the next one is communication. And we've talked a lot about that this morning. We've had some awesome speakers who talked about communication, but it's learn how to communicate better. And we always say this starts when you're dating.
Yes. Early on. If you can't communicate in the beginning stages, that's a red flag.
It is.
That means run away.
You need to find out what your potential partner or spouse, if that's the person you plan on doing life with, how do they communicate? What forms of communication do they use? Are they good at communication, or are they a type of person that just shuts down?
Right.
I don't talk to you for the next 3 weeks. Well, that's not communication. I mean, it's negative communication, but it's not the kind of communication that's thriving and prospering and loving. That's not where you want to be.
No.
You want to be able to learn early on how the two of you communicate.
Yeah. And then the last one is collaborate. And, you don't have to win every argument. I think one of our speakers said that as well. you need to kind of pick your battles and, you know, state your case. If you feel strongly about something, it's okay to feel strongly about it, but not every issue is something that you have to win, because if you're winning against your spouse, you're actually losing.
Correct.
Because you guys are one.
That's
so
right.
if she lost or he lost, then
That means we lost.
We lost.
Mhm.
Right. Right. So at the end of the day, collaborate. It's, you know, if there's an issue going on, let's, you know, a great example we use all the time is about our friends that had to paint.
Right.
Painting in the den. So we'd go over to their house and they have paint swatches, literally paint on the wall, 4 different paint or 4, you know, whatever it was, swatches on the wall. And they always want their friends to decide what color's best, his color or her color.
Right.
And we're like, they're kind of similar. I mean, pick one, you know, I mean, it's not that big.
I
of a
mean, it's
deal.
not our house. I mean, so I don't want to weigh in too heavily on this.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, you know, which one are you all most comfortable with? You know, you're going to be
Right.
living here.
Yeah. You know, and when it comes to painting a room, okay, if you can't decide on what color, just pick one color and paint it that color.
Right.
And if it's really that bad, then paint it a different
Good
color. We can still
Paint
do that.
is the easiest remodeling thing that you can do.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, don't get hung up on that. Collaborate and then move forward with some decision and then revisit it if you need to. So we have a communication card that's on our Facebook. It's in our Facebook group, Most Valuable Partner Network. It's also in our app. You can get it for free by downloading our app. It's free as well. You'll hear more about that later. But this is a great card to help slow the conversation down so that you guys can really work stuff out.
Mhm.
And it's very uncomfortable in the beginning because it's not how we speak.
Correct.
We're not used to paraphrasing back to our spouse what they said.
No, in most cases where our spouse or anyone is in the middle of a heated conversation while they're talking, we're thinking of how we're going to rebut.
Right.
We're thinking of what we're going to say next. We haven't really heard a word they're saying.
Haven't heard anything. They
We
said.
picked up 2 or 3 words, and after that, we ran down the street, and we just want to state our case.
Yeah, because we can tell it wasn't in agreement with what we were saying. So
Right.
we're just ready to rebut right away, not paraphrase. We're ready
To make sure
rebut.
we heard it correctly.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
how you're supposed to do it. That's what this tool helps you do. Is say when your spouse says something, you say, "Okay, so what you're saying is da 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 da."
Right. 'Cause I want to be sure I understood what you're saying.
Yeah, and then they say yes. You say, "Okay, great. Tell me more." And they tell you more. You say, "Okay, great." You keep going back and forth until they feel like they've been able to get whatever it is out.
Right. They've been heard.
They've been heard.
Mhm.
And then you switch off and you become the speaker and they become the listener. You can use this for any issue that's going on, especially when it becomes heated.
Mhm.
You want to use this technique to slow that conversation down.
Absolutely.
We have a whole training on this in the app. We talk about it. So if you go to the app and stuff, you'll be able to get that training. All right. We got another minute or so. So we'll come back to this forgiveness thing because this is going to take more than
A minute to talk about forgiveness.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
That's a big topic. Forgiveness is a huge topic. All right.
So before we go on to our next speaker, we just want to make you aware that a lot of the information, the trainings that we speak on is from our book, Divorce Proofing Your Marriage, and you can pick it up on Amazon. And then send us a little note and let us know what you think and let us know what tools and techniques you tried.
Yep. So we're going to take a break right now. At the bottom of the hour, our next speaker will be lined up and we will continue on with the summit. You're watching the MVP Champion Summit online summit. Casper Sherrill here with I Am Love Builders. We'll be right back after this break.
Hello, MVPs. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here. We're so glad you joined us today as we talk about key number 5.
Yes.
So key number.
Yes.
We're so glad you joined us today as we talk about key number 5.
Yes.
So key number 5 are the danger signs, and there are 4 of them. Withdrawal. Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl here. All
Okay,
right.
we're
So
having
we're
some
having technical difficulties.
Our video is not showing. Let me see if I can share it from the other room. and get it going. Give me a second, folks.
So we just want to thank everyone for joining I Am Love Builder's first MVP Champion Summit. We appreciate you. We want to take this time to give a big shout out to all the speakers who have spoken thus far. The information has been phenomenal. We are so excited and glad that you chose to join us. We appreciate you, and we're looking forward to the rest of the day, for the rest of the summit, to hear the rest of our speakers we have coming up next. We believe they will be equally as phenomenal as the ones we've had thus far. So if you want to know more about us, Casper and I are relationship coaches. And looks like my husband. Hello, MVPs. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here. We're so glad you joined us today as we talk about key number 5.
Yes.
So key number 5 are the danger signs. And there are 4 of them: withdrawal, invalidation, negative interpretation, and escalation.
Yes.
So let's talk about those. Now, we're going to go into them just briefly.
Yes.
When we really get into our calls and our lessons, we will really delve into it and go into them more in detail.
Yeah, because you need to recognize these danger signs. And the quicker you recognize them, the quicker you can deal with them. And we have tools to help you with that. We have a communication tool that's awesome at slowing the conversation down, especially when there's escalation happening and things like that. So yeah, it's going to be good.
So invalidation is basically when we devalue, disrespect, belittle the other person or what they have to say. That is invalidating them.
Yeah. For example, the wife may say some things to the husband and that are not respectful. Maybe she's challenging his manhood or whatever it is. Those things really cut deep with with the husband, and it's hard for him to really now start to reciprocate in a way that's meaningful to her because of that.
And so the next one is negative interpretation. So negative interpretation is when I make a statement or one makes a statement and the other one either didn't hear very clearly or made an assumption regarding it, and therefore they come up with their own interpretation of what one may have said or didn't say. And that's when we say to one another, you're putting words in my mouth.
Right.
It wasn't what we actually said, nor was it what we meant. But you have taken that, either you didn't listen very well, or you said was so strongly in your own opinion that you just took it and ran with it. And then we end up on a path that we did not want to be on.
And you'd be surprised how many couples get into challenges back and forth because they're not listening to the other spouse. They are interpreting it wrong, and then they go down a path that's not even a part of the original discussion.
Correct.
Right. So we have tools to help you with that.
So the next one is withdrawal. Now, I'm personally kind of a withdrawal only because I try to keep my anger under taps. You know what I'm saying? Withdrawers shut down.
Yes.
They just don't want to even engage in the conversation. I can't speak for all of us who withdraw, but for myself, as I have said, is either because I am so hurt or I'm so angry that it's probably best that I not speak at that time.
And I'm a pursuer. So when she withdraws, I want to pursue because I want a resolution to that particular issue. But I need to learn how to give her space so that she can withdraw and then compose herself and then work through that so that we can come together in a way that's meaningful and have a solid conversation.
Now, understand, withdrawing and not speaking to your spouse for the next 5 days are two totally different things. Now, when you withdraw, you're giving someone, you're getting space. Someone is giving you space to process what's going on. And you should never shut down for longer than 24 hours. You need to come back with a resolution.
Yeah, and because if you don't, that issue is just going to keep growing and growing and growing. You're going to push it underneath the rug or put it into the corner until the next thing that happens. And now it just builds upon that.
And when it builds upon that, that's when we go into escalation.
Mm-hmm.
That means it has reached the highest peak.
Crescendo.
Yes, and this is really for our verbal people who, person A says one thing and then B says another, then it goes to the next level and it goes higher and higher and higher and higher until we're yelling and we're screaming and no one knows what each other is saying.
Right.
And it just goes to the point of no return almost.
Right.
That's escalation.
Yes. Yes.
And so we want to learn what these danger signs are, and we want to learn how to avoid them or work through them.
Absolutely. All right. We'll see you on the next video.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here. Hello, all of you MVPs.
Hey.
So glad to be with you again today as we hit key number 3, which is manage your expectations.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one.
That's a big one because a lot of times you go into marriages and maybe you're going in from a previous failed marriage or relationship and you have expectations from that one that you're carrying into the new one, which is quite common. I know that actually happened with me. I had expectations and carried them into marriages. So you have to be very mindful of that, right? You don't want to bring the baggage from the past into your current marriage or current relationship.
Yeah, and you need to check yourself. What are your expectations?
Right.
I mean, sometimes we expect things of people, and we either we don't tell them, so they don't know that's an expectation that
they're unaware.
They're totally unaware that that's an expectation that you have, and therefore that may not even be their focus. They don't know.
Right.
You didn't tell them. Yet you're angry with them. You're holding it against them. You speaking ill and of them because you have this expectation.
Right.
And sometimes the expectations are overwhelming. Just way too much. You're expecting more of them.
They're unrealistic.
Unrealistic expectations that they can't even manage. It's so big, it's so heavy for them. So that's another way, another thing you need to check on your expectations.
Yeah. And it can be as simple as taking out the trash, right? You may come from a home to where it's normal for you, the male, to take out the trash.
Right. Or
not. Right. And then you get into your marriage or relationship and your wife is like, dude, the trash is stacking up. I mean, what's the problem? Right. and you don't realize that you are the one that's supposed to take out the trash. I'm just saying it could be as simple as that, or it could be even
something major.
It could be a sexual situation where you're expecting certain type of sexual activity to go on, and you're not explaining that. You didn't talk about it. You didn't go over it. So now they don't know that you're looking for that. And now you may be frustrated. They may be frustrated. This is an area that you really have to spend some time to make sure, and even before you get married, right?
Really?
To make sure that the expectations are clear as to what you are looking for in a marriage, what they're looking for in a marriage, how many children you want to have or not have. I mean, all those things need to really be discussed.
And honey, so many times in relationships, expectations aren't made known.
No.
They're not discussed. They're not talked about. Right. And then the whole marriage is on shaky ground. It's because, there was no communication about what the expectations were.
Right. All right. Welcome back. And we are going to move on to our next speaker, who is in the studio.
Yay.
Yes. I'm going to bring her up, Aubrey Kimball. And we are BLN members together, Business Leader Network members, and she's just an awesome lady. I got a chance to hang out with her a little bit in DC when we were all there, and she is going to be talking about dating.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Yes.
Thanks, Casper and Cheryl.
You're welcome,
It was such a pleasure to visit with you in the lobby. So
Yeah.
Casper and I are sitting side by side in the lobby, and he's like, "I'm a coach." I'm like, "Oh, well, me too." And then from that point, just bounce off of ideas and concepts. It was perfect.
Amen. Very good.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, you are up. Aubrey, take it away.
Thank you so much. So I'm Aubrey Kimball, and my topic is dating and family. And there's so many things I could share over this. It was really hard for me to choose one. So what I asked is, through my training, is deliver through me what you guys are ready to hear. So hopefully you're ready to hear what I have to share. Now, I love experiences. And so what I'm going to give you is an experience. So we're going to dive right in. And instead of making this about me, we're going to make it about you. All right. If you are in a place that you can close your eyes, please do. So if you're driving or, cooking, something like that, I get it. Don't do it. You get to follow along with us. But if you are in a place you can close your eyes, go ahead and take a nice seat, close your eyes. And as your eyes are closed, we're going to take you away from all the hustle and bustle of life by having you clench everything in your body. Clench your toes, clench your calves, clench your thighs and your buttocks and your abs, and clench your arms and your fist, clench your jaw and your forehead. Clench, 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 tighter, 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 tighter. Now go ahead and release. And take 3 belly breaths, keeping your eyes closed. Follow with me. There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to be. Right now, it's just us. And with your eyes closed, I'm going to go into your memory bank. And as we're going into your memory bank, we're going to have you recall one of your dating experiences or magic memories with your family, something that stands out that really made you feel so good. You have a lot of memories to choose from, but go ahead and just choose one memory that of dating or connecting with a loved one that felt amazing. And when you've got it, think about what you were doing. Maybe it's a first memory when you were a teenager and you're skating, or maybe it's a first kiss, or maybe it's dancing in the kitchen or sitting on the floor playing Legos with somebody little, right? Think about that memory and what stands out. Notice how you're feeling. Notice what you're focused on. Notice what kinds of things you would say in this memory, in that moment. I'm sure it feels really good. Go ahead, lock that in, and I'm going to bring you back into the room by having you wiggle your toes, roll your shoulders, roll your neck, and go ahead and open your eyes for me. And if you have a pen and paper, go ahead and jot down some things about it. Anything that comes at all, go ahead and grab it. Go ahead and take some notes. And again, notes you could take is what was the memory? What came to your mind? What were you doing? Who were you with? Any feelings, yours or others? Also grab, did you plan on this? Right? Did you give it thoughts during the week? Did you anticipate? Like, let's say it's a memory skiing and you planned it for months. Or maybe it was something that was a Friday date, but you planned it since Monday that you're going to have a great time. Was there any planning involved? Was there any intention? Also, did you have positive anticipation through the week for it? All right, thank you. If you have any further thoughts that come to your head, please capture it because these give clues. Now, who am I? I'm Aubrey Kimball, and I call myself the Greatness Instigator. I love the study of what makes people great, and I want to stir it up in them. So I'm a peak performance coach. I like my professional clients go their next levels through understanding practical psychology. Depending on timing, on getting through what my topic for you with dating, I have a couple of bonuses to give you, and we'll see how time goes. Those a little bit are more towards communication, not like we've covered today, and a little bit different tint with practical psychology. So if we have time, we'll go through some of it, which is really fun. So I have been a coach for the last 9 years. I've had well over 16,000 one-on-one coaching sessions. I've also done speaking events and then also trainings as well. My range is full from business, relationships, self-image, self-love, right? So full scale, but again, usually for the people who want their next level. And I love what I do. I've been trained under Tony Robbins and working for him for the last 9 years, and then I'm branching off on my own, which is really exciting. All right, what I'd love for you to leave with today is 3 things. One, we've already experienced connecting to part of yourself that you might have tucked away, something that maybe wasn't in your forefront as you're working on yourself, whether you're wanting to date and be in a relationship, or whether you're in a long-term relationship and you want the fire and the spark and the excitement, or let's say you have a family, right? And what kind of intent do we give? So first one is tapping back into part of yourself. The other one is going against doing the easy thing. And I'll tell you more about that in a minute. And then last piece is an easy way to implement bringing your best self with the people that you love, okay? So why did I do that exercise to begin with? Life has a lot of distractions. Life gets really busy and is really full, and we can be, things can take us all different directions, like this thing, the phone, right? Can absolutely be a distraction. And a lot of times, pieces of our past are great clues to what we want to do forward. So instead of creating this piece on talking about dating and telling you, yes, you're going to go into a movie, right? Or you're going to play We Are Not Strangers. There's all different personality types. That doesn't quite work, right? What would feed an extrovert like myself versus what would feed an introvert would be largely different. And there's not one right way to be. It's just what has you bring your best version of yourself, and what has you design a life that you're really proud of. So with the experience of the past, there's things that you captured that you can decide to bring forward with you. You could decide, okay, yes, that is me, and I'm going to bring that. I'm not going to wait for vacation, or I'm not going to wait for a holiday to create these magic moments, or really enjoy my family, or stir up a really fun date. I'm going to do that now. Now, let me tell you a little piece about magic moments. Magic moments, you cannot force them, but you have to absolutely be present. And that's worth writing down. You can't force them, but you have to be present. And so if you are present, then it stirs up the opportunity for those magic moments, those memories, that piece that sticks in the mind and gives you that proof that life is so good. Okay. So that was part of why we did that. So you can remember that part of yourself going forward. Now, the second piece that I told I'd give is going against gravity of doing the easy thing. So human nature, our brain loves easy. It wants the easiest route. It wants effective. Also, men have a really good gauge of worth. If something's worth their energy, time, and effort, and with that gauge, sometimes knowing what to focus on will help them with that. Now, we have a gravity of doing the easiest thing. And if you're in a long-term relationship, that can be dangerous, because if you're just doing the easiest thing, it could be, hey, I know I need to connect to my wife, or I know we should go on a date, but what is it, right? And it could be doing the same place that you went before, because you've already know what it is. And again, that easy route. So if you are in a long-term relationship, right, what I'll ask you to do is go against your mind. Go against, I'll just do the easy thing. Instead, go, great, what do I really want? What kind of relationship is spectacular to me? What kind of relationship would I be really proud of, and who do I need to be for that? And then go plan out the date. Now, myself, I don't think dates all have to be out doing stuff, right? It could be the date is going on the walk and it's your presence. The date could be cooking a fun meal together, right? And dancing in the kitchen. Out of my relationship, I'm the one that dances. My honey doesn't dance, but he doesn't stop me, and I don't mind at all, right? And then, of course, it could be different experiences that you get to find out who you are with these different things, what you love and don't love, okay? So one thing I will give you is to go against human nature. Our brain loves comfort, but to be really fulfilled, it's going against comfort. And that's the same with achieving goals as well. So that's outside of dating and one-on-one relationships, okay? And then I talked to you about that will give you an easy way to implement magic moments or create the space for magic moments for bringing your best self. If you have that pen and paper, we're going to have you use it again. Let's have you create a menu, right? A menu of anything you could possibly do to enjoy your time with people you care about. Now, it could be something that is expensive or cheap. We will not be critical at all. So you're at top of your page, you're going to say a date menu or family time menu, depending on what your area of focus is. And with that menu, you're going to write down anything that comes to your mind. Now, if you're critical, the mind will stop giving you new things. So if you ever do a brainstorm session, and this one or any ones in the future, don't be critical at all. So if something comes to your mind, like going kayaking, which you don't know if you'll ever do or not, or jumping out of a plane, if it gives, your mind gives it to you, you just write it down, right? And then you can have a whole list. Ideally, it would be like a Cheesecake Factory list of all the different things you could possibly do. And then later, as you're going along, as you're like, okay, it's time to connect with my loved ones, you can go to your menu and choose which of that fits you the most, right? So with your menu, if you have your pen and paper, let's have you start now and grab a couple pieces, because we have short attention spans nowadays. And so it'd be really good for you to kick it off, grab some things, and that way later you can go back and have some homework for yourself of what else you could do, but now at least get it started. Have any ideas for you? So yeah, taking the dog on the walk, reading a book to one another, going on a bike ride, going on a hike, making snow angels, because I know some people are east and there's a lot of snow right now. Anything goes, go ahead and capture it. Okay, I'm doing so good about being efficient today. Hey, which means that you guys get my bonus. So I hope you're in for it. I hope you're up for it. All right. So in my love for studying human behavior, one of the things that I've done a deep dive with is some of Alison Armstrong's work, and a lot of ahas for me with her. We have our caveman self and our more evolved self. So while we're very intelligent, our brain has the same mechanisms from early caveman days. So even though it's continued to evolve, it still has some of the mechanisms that are still around from back then. And with that caveman part of ourselves, we have some disconnects in communication with our loved ones. Some hardwiring things could sound like men speak explicitly and women speak implicitly. What can that sound like? It could sound like women on a car ride. And let's say we're on a road trip and I go to my honey and I say, hey, do you need to use the bathroom? Well, that's my speaking implicitly. Now, if he speaks implicitly, which he could totally do, I mean, I wouldn't fault him for it. He is a guy. He would say no. Well, that could, and this is a very simple example, cause a mismatch. Because what I really wasn't saying is, do you need to use the restroom? What I was saying is, I need to go. Can we stop? But I never said it. Now, this comes in other ways of our relationship, right? I'm giving you the simplest one. But for this instance, women speak implicitly. We imply, and we don't even realize we imply. I went on a trip with my honey, and he was going to go for a walk, and he was going to stop by the little convenience store. And he goes, "Do you want anything?" I said, "Will you see if they have those body armor drinks? I really like the peach one." And he teased me back. He's like, "Do you want me to count them? Do you want me to just see if they're available? Like, what do you want me to do with them?" I'm like, "Will you buy me one if they're there?" And he's like, "Yes, I'm happy to buy you one." So like he's having me work with him because of that implicit versus explicit. So very, very useful to know, especially as you're dating. Let's say you're dating a gentleman and you're a girl, and you reach out and you say, "Hey, do you have plans this weekend?" If he's being a man and he answers in his form, he's going to say no. And then she's going to be like, what do I do with that? Or maybe he really has plans and he's thinking something else, right? Maybe there's something more to it. Typically, there's not, because he's quite literal, right? So that's one thing I'll give you as a nice food for thought with yourselves, right? Is implicit versus explicit. Also, women have diffused awareness, where we pay attention to all things. So it's not multitasking, it's diffused awareness. We pay attention to how the room feels. We pay attention. If the man's at home, we're going to pay attention to how he's doing and what moods he is in, if he likes the meal that we cooked, right? We pay attention to those things. We almost can't turn it off. And then men have more of the hunter, where the hunter is able to be more exact, right? If you think about the caveman, he went to go find the deer. right? Very specific, very deliberate, structures a plan, goes and follows a plan, and the plan could take whatever route and come back. Where women were gatherers. With gatherers, we need the diffused awareness to pay attention if the bushes were rattling because of squirrels, right? They could have disease and make us sick. And so, or we'd have to pay attention to, like, where are the bushes that are poisonous and which ones are the ones that have the berries that we can eat. And then what's really fun is women will come back and we share our journey with men, or we'll share a journey with women. Now, with men, they're hunters, so they go right after the thing. Because the deer's not always in the same spot, they'll talk about their grand story, but they may not have to go precisely to get there, right? So if you ask them how that big meeting was, he'll say good. Where if you ask a woman, she's going to give you all the pieces that got her to that point with that meeting. So women will come back and we'll share the berry markers. You're like, oh, you have to go back. You're going to go to the river, to the right, past the boulder, not those ones with the leaves that are like this. Those ones are poisonous. You're going to just a little bit further and you have the good berries. So that's one way that we speak differently than men. And then sometimes women's feelings are hurt because the men's not sharing with her, right? She's crushed it. She's hoping that he'll share like she does. And he's not, because he doesn't have the same, that caveman instinct to share the way that she does. So we have implicit versus explicit. Also, we have diffused awareness, paying attention to all things versus very, fixated in. So women, if you have your man's not noticing the crumbs on the counter or those little things that don't move, his hunter instinct watches things that moves. He just may not see it. So you could be a little more clear on your communication to say, hey, when we're done cooking, can you wipe off the counters, right? And men want to please their women. They're so good, right? Most relationships, women lead, and men, they're really good with working with us, and it's so beautiful, and I love it. Fun. Okay, I think that's all I'll give you, so I don't confuse things anymore. So, as a recap, think about your favorite memory. Think about more memories, lay it on, right? Think about all these times that were special to you, and then decide what you're going to do for creating more of them. Also, go against gravity of doing the easy thing or using the least amount of energy. Your relationship is the magnifier of life, so it's worth investing the energy, time, and effort. And then lastly, work on that menu. So with that menu, you can pluck and choose which way you want to enhance your life through having fun and dating your relationship. All right. Thank you so much.
Aubrey, thank you. It was awesome. I love what you had to say, especially the different ways that men and women communicate.
We do. And I think once people hear it, they're great. Once they go, oh, okay, got it. And it's just usually before then that they're like, girls like, is he not talking to me? Is he not sharing? No, he's being himself.
Yes, that is awesome. Matter of fact, we were sitting here listening. I was teasing him and I was like, so did you go to the meeting? He said, yes. I said, well, who was there?
Yeah.
Guys.
Really?
What did that talk about? Stuff.
Yeah,
well, what was their name? Which guy showed up?
Yeah, and you're hoping like, okay, what did you create? How did it go? How did it feel? What was your experience? Did you prepare for it? And if he's being in his masculine, it's just not as necessary.
Yes, you're so true. It's such a big difference, but this helps us. Not only in dating, but it also helps us, I believe, in marriage, so that you can understand that there is a difference in how men and women communicate. So I do appreciate you bringing that to the forefront.
Oh, you're so welcome. Yeah, usually I do like a 2-hour spiel, so I'm like, oh my gosh, condensing this was fascinating for me to do. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you for sharing all of your knowledge, and we appreciate you being on the summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Cheryl. Here we go. Wow. Casper.
We're going to be taking a break right now. My husband has 6, 7 different hats on. He's trying to wear them all at the same time. So we'll be right back. We're going to go right into a break. Have a good time. Thank you, Audrey.
So she told us about this couple called Eric and Takesha Heilig.
Hilux.
Yeah. And we found out they were TV producers. And we're like, okay, that's awesome.
nice.
That's nice.
Okay,
Awesome.
TV, but what does that mean?
What does that
really?
mean, right? Didn't
You
mean
know,
it.
it didn't mean anything to us.
No. But they wrote the forward to the book. We talked to them on Zoom, and they were in a different state, but we talked to them for hours and stuff, and they liked what we wanted to do. So they wrote the forward to the book, and then we kind of just left it there because it was just too much to try to even understand how do we get from that.
It wasn't even a question. It was just kind of, we're just like, okay, we're focused on how we're going to get this book out.
Yeah.
You know, how we need to get it finished. We need to get it published. Right. And then after that, it has to be marketed so people will know about it, get people to read it. So, you know, it was a journey. So we're not even thinking about TV.
It was all that. But after a book was out, right, and we're doing the PR and stuff, so Angel's helping us with all that, I said, let me call Eric and just kind of just ask a question or two because I'm curious.
Right.
What does that TV thing even look like?
Your love deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premier. Transform your relationship with our exclusive 5-day immersive experience for only 8 couples a year. Luxury travel, stunning resorts, gourmet dining, and a lifetime of support await you. Reimagine your relationship. Apply now at mvppremier.com.
Hello, MVPs. Casper Stockham here. Hey, I wanted to share the 7 keys to Mastering Adam. And Mastering Adam is a book that I wrote that's released now on Amazon. You can get it on Amazon, or you can go to our website, iamlovebuilders.com. But as MVPs, I want to give you the 7 keys to Mastering Adam that's going to be available exclusively to our MVPs and most valuable partners. So let's get right into it. The first key is mastering the biblical alignment. Now, a lot of Christians actually are not walking in alignment with the Bible or walking in line with Christianity. It's very odd to even say this, but we need to be focused on the biblical alignment of Christ and of the Bible. There are even prominent pastors and preachers and teachers of the word who are not walking in biblical alignment. So I'm not going to get into calling names or anything like that. But what I'm telling you is you as an MVP need to be focused on the proper biblical alignment. And if you don't know what that is, reach out to me. I'll be happy to share it with you, and we'd be happy to share it through our MVP app. So proper biblical alignment. In other words, are you the best husband for your spouse? Are you the best father for your children? Are you the best coworker for your workers at your job? Are you the best boss? Are you the best just individual? In other words, can someone look at you and say, you know, there's something different about you, Casper. There's something different about you, and I can't even put my finger on it. But are you that person to when someone else looks at you, they see something different in the way of you being more forgiving, more loving, more kind, more nurturing, more grace, more mercy? Are those characteristics in your life? If they are, then that means you are walking in proper biblical alignment. If they're not, then that's what you need to work on. And we cover this in the book. The next one is the importance of productive work. Now, it doesn't mean you have to have a 9-to-5 job, but what it means is the work that you do needs to be productive. You need to be producing something. You need to be generating something, some type of a product or service or some skill. So that's productive work. The first commandment that God gave Adam was to work, right? To tend the garden and to be fruitful and multiply when Eve showed up. So that's productive work. And non-productive work is sitting on the couch eating bonbons or whatever, watching reruns of some Netflix show. That's not productive work. But productive work is actually producing something of value for someone else. That's productive work. The next one is mastering good communication. Now, men, we have a challenge with this because we are not master communicators for the most part. Women are just naturally great at communicating. They can get around their fellow women and they could just have a great time talking. Men, we could sit in a group setting and not say a word and feel like we just had a great conversation, right? We could just do the head nod or whatever, the point the finger, and next thing you know, we have communicated. Well, not necessarily, especially when it comes to your spouse. You need to become a master at communicating and really learning how to do that. Now, we have some tools available to you in the MVP app. So, and those are free, by the way. So you can go get those tools to become a better communicator. The next one is taking responsibility. As the man in the household, you should be taking responsibility for everything that goes on in your household, whether you are the initiator or not. So that's the commandment that God gave Adam. Now, Adam dropped the ball on that potentially, and we get into this in the book and we get into this in our Mastering App podcast that I did about a year ago. So potentially, but for the most part, you need to take responsibility for your actions and even the actions in your household. The next one is maintaining a good reputation. This is critical. It's really easy to lose your reputation by you doing the wrong thing or being in the wrong crowd or being pulled into a situation. But the measure of the man is going to be how you respond to that situation. And that's going to help you have a better reputation. Now, do you have the reputation of someone who is honest, trustworthy, is a man of their word? Then that's what I mean by having a good reputation or maintaining a good reputation. The next one is the importance of a good associations, right? Hanging out with the wrong crowd. It's funny, when we were growing up, our parents were always worried about who we're hanging with. The reason for that is we could be with the wrong crowd and they can pull you into a situation that you really didn't initiate, but now you're caught up into it, right? That's how gangs are so prevalent in pulling youngsters into these situations. They're masters at giving you that sense that they are going to protect you no matter what. But those associations can lead you into bad situations. You could wind up hurt, dead, or in jail, or all three. So you need to really be intentional about the people you hang around. That is very, very important. And we go into this in more detail in the book. And the last one is the importance of leaving a legacy. Now, I just turned 65 and I have children. I have 3 daughters, 3 granddaughters, and a great grandson. And I realized several years ago that I was not really leaving a legacy for my children and for my grandchildren and soon to be great grandchildren. And that's something that really I want to really speak to in Mastering Adam, is leaving that legacy. So I've sent a copy of this book to my son-in-laws and future son-in-laws and to my great grandson when he's old enough to read. He's just turning 2 next month. So when he's old enough to read, this book is for him and for other men as well. But I wrote it for those individuals because I wanted to be able to leave a legacy that they could point to, that they could pick up and read, right? Instead of just saying, well, I left him some money, right? Which is great, right? It's always good to leave a inheritance. But I wanted to leave more than that. I wanted them to know that I was out here trying to make a difference, working with couples and working with individuals and helping them become a better person. So those are the 7 keys to Mastering Adam. We go into more detail of all those in the book. I hope you get a copy. I hope you send a copy to your sons and your son-in-laws and your husbands and your uncles and your brothers. I hope they get a copy because they will be able to master Adam and become the best Adam for their Eve. That's the purpose of the book, and that's why I wrote it. You guys have a great day. All right, we are back with the MVP Champion Online Summit, and our next guests are in the studio. So we're going to bring them up here. I want to pull up their information. We got Emmanuel and Delise Ellison. I believe it's Ellison. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And they're going to talk to us about financing and budgeting and all things dealing with making some money. Is that right, Pastor?
Today we are diverting a little bit on talking on dating.
Oh, I had it wrong. But you do have a background in financing, so if you want to delve into that, feel free. You got 20 minutes. Yeah.
How are you?
We're doing well, doing well.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for having us. And I'm here with my bride, my wife, Delise, and we're happy to be part of this event. So, I don't know if there's anything else you want us to work on before we delve into the content.
No, it's all yours. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Well, we're excited to kind of talk about this because as a couple, we have been over the years working on this particular aspect of our relationship. So, we'll be happy to kind of share a little bit of the things that we have experienced and maybe some nuggets that others can use. So, again, by definition, a lot of times when we talk about dating, most people may be thinking about, before we get married, most people are, aggressively or very, actively looking for the opportunity to connect with people and therefore devoting time for that. And then there's, of course, the post-marital life where I think actual dating is very, very critical. And I think most of our conversation will be around, since we are dealing with a marital conference and event here, we assume that most people have perhaps got into a serious relationship that is lifelong. And therefore, how do you maintain the relationship with a dating lifestyle that helps to create a better, I would say, outcome in the long run? Well, I'll kick it off. Just by definition, I was kind of looking around and seeing how does the, I would say, the academic world define what dating is. And I had a few things, and I have my wife talk a few things whilst I'm done with this. To say that dating is a stage of courtship where individuals spend time together to assess compatibility and potential for a romantic relationship. And that's pretty much sums it up. So the idea becomes, how do we continuously make time to assess each other, continue the ability to be more effective in creating a compatible relationship, a romantic relationship, and a relationship that helps a marital life thrive throughout the stages of life. Okay, so anyway, I'll hand over to you to kind of chip on a few things whilst we continue our conversation here.
Thank you. So just continuing from where you left off, when we talk about dating, of course, the first one would be when the people want to see if they're compatible, if they're suitable for each other. Okay. Now, most of us on this platform in this conversation we've gone through the process of looking at the compatibility, the suitability. But now what we're doing is, how do we keep dating each other? That is where the conversation is surrounded today. And when I was looking at a couple of things before I came here, I was looking at the National Survey for Family Services, and I was looking at what do they have to say when it comes to keep dating your partner or your spouse. And they did say something like this. And they said a lot of things, but I'm just going to say just a summary of what they said. They said dating couples who date. Now, if they do that, it gives them the opportunity to have satisfaction in the marriage. They have a high level of sexual satisfaction. And the divorce rate, the perception to divorce is also very low. So we see right there the key for us to keep dating each other. Yes, it was important when we're trying to see if we were compatible, if there was connectivity, suitability, but it doesn't end there. Once we've seen that compatibility and once we've seen that suitability, so, I would say steps, which is the dating process. And so let's look at some of the whys that helps with dating. So over here, we have a couple things that will inspire you to get into the habit of dating. If it's something as a couple you haven't been in the habit of doing, it's something to just inspire you to continue. So right there, it does say that dating, let me bring the right sheet out. Okay. That's right. It says that if you get in the habit of dating, some of the benefits is that you are able to connect, you are able to have time to communicate and deepen your relationship. Another one also says that if you make time for each other in terms of dating, it also helps romance. You set the platform to have a romantic relationship and also begin to have a time where you are able to put, I call it like novelty in your relationship. And what is novelty? Novelty is making things new, making things fresh, and making things fun in the relationship, which I think is very key.
Exactly. And talking about making things new, making things fun, as I was thinking about this, I realized, and something came to mind again, kind of drawing some parallel around what I do professionally in the finance area and dating. What I came to mind is dating is like an insurance for a successful, fruitful, and long-lasting marital relationship. Because without that type of insurance, that type of activity, you're going to have dryness, you're going to have disconnection, you're going to have, a place where you don't feel very connected, and that element of the spark in your relationship will continue to dry up. And when you come to a place where you don't have that, either I would say bumps in the road and very challenging situations, it's very easy to have a breakdown, especially in communication, and then therefore you end up perhaps even in a divorce situation. So, but if you have this activity of continuously creating the opportunity to know each other, be more romantic, and have that activity going, you're going to insulate the relationship against those turbulence times. And that's what I can do that analogy as having that type of insurance in your marriage, because you have it all the time. You know that in the event of the catastrophic situations and challenging events, you're going to have something to fall off on to continue to break the gap. Now let's talk a little bit about some of the, I would say, activities that would be helpful to again create that spark, create that courtship, continue to have the romantic, in your experience and what we've been doing. What are some of the activities that have been helpful in your view, or from some of your research so far?
Thank you. Over here, I think I'm gonna draw on a lot of our own experiences. And let me say this, everything talking about can be grouped into two categories: principles of and the necessity why you date, also the practical things that you can do in terms of dating. So we've gone on, we've shared some of the principles, what are some of the benefits, why I should date. We can put all of that in one bag and call it the principles. But right now we want to talk about some of the practicalities. And that is where I believe that it will benefit our viewers to draw on some of our own experience. So for us, what we did was we decided, okay, we want to date weekly. Dating weekly was reasonable for us. And I think most couple weekly is reasonable. To say, if you make it too much, say, okay, once every 3 days, you may end up setting yourself up. If you say after a week, it's likely you can pick one of them. So, one of the days of the week that works for both of you. So what we did was we said we wanted to date weekly. The next thing that we did was, okay, let's find 4 activities to start with. Okay, something we can do week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and we can roll it again, because we want to make it simple so that we don't get ourselves in a place where it's just one thing we do, like dinner, we go for dinner, or we don't have thing to do. So then we end up not doing it. So the practical aspect is to determine what time frame you want to do it weekly. And if you do, stop. If it's something you haven't built the habits, find 4 things you can do. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Then the next month, you start again at the first week 1. So in that case, it's taking like what, 4 weeks? That is the 5th week before you do that first item you did on week 1. So that will help to remove the border. And so if you did this, let's say 2 weeks or 3 months, in the process, while you begin to do this on a weekly basis, you are brainstorming, what else can we add to this list? Because this list was the beginning, but it's not the final. And so some of the suggestions of what you can do is you can pick some of the activities that he or she likes. For example, some of the interests that she has, some of the interests that he has. So after you have these 4 activities, by all means, try some of the hobbies that she likes, he likes, begin to test them. Also, another element is opening yourself up for new things. Do not be afraid to try new things. If you did that, let's say the first week and you didn't like it, there's no rule that says stick with it. You just let it go. But you have to give yourself the freedom to try new things so that you can be able to grow that list and have fun in the process.
Well, talking about, fear, you mentioned the word fear. I kind of want to kind of connect with my brothers here that are listening. The truth of the matter is that, we men are afraid of such level of commitment. I personally was not so open to the idea of, okay, let's have a, weekly thing, because I hate to commit to something and then, something is going on and then I can do it. And now I have to be accountable for my commitment. It's not easy. So I think we need to kind of get over that fear, because it's one of the things that will hinder the ability to create that time of state of courtship and have the potential to have a romantic, I would say, opportunity for your wife. So let's maybe begin small. Again, whatever level of commitment you want to, if weekly is not something you can at least commit to now, commit to something and then build up on it over time. So that it doesn't become, like a chore in a sense, but it becomes more enjoyable. Okay, so I think I wanted to kind of touch on that there is that potential element of fear that especially we men we have to deal with, because again, we hate to you have to drop the ball on things like that. Now, the other thing I feel sometimes becomes a hindrance to dating is the idea of, oh, I don't have time, because, well, I don't want time exists very blunt excuse for not wanting to do something. Is that right? Anything that is so important and is very, very valuable, we'll make time for it. Okay, so I think figuring out what works best. It doesn't have to be a weekend. It can be throughout the week. Specific time that both of you can create that arrangement to meet together. Because guess what? It's being able to meet together, have the ability to connect, have a conversation, and then the romantic spark begins naturally. And guess what? There is a benefit, having much more intimacy and all that follows through that, romantic event, because it's natural for us to be very, very, open to the idea of going out with a woman and all that when we have not committed into marital relationship, because maybe just once in a while and all that. But once you commit and you're in a marital relationship, you have to be more intentional to create that consistency and have a way to rejuvenate so that you have, a fruitful ongoing relation. Because without that opportunity to date and have, time for one another, you're going to have a lot of stalemates going on in the relationship and the ability to, enjoy one another. Anyway, we have a few minutes, 5 minutes. So why don't you touch a few, concluding thoughts, and we can wrap up for our audience today.
Yeah. You did bring something up that was very key. You did mention I don't have time. That is like, the universal syndrome. I don't have time. I don't have time. Two things. So to solve that syndrome of I don't have time, begin to prioritize what's important in your life, in my partner's life. So you do that, okay? Do it together. What are some of the important things or the most important things in our lives? And you would see that your marriage will come up on top. All right. After God, I'm sure your marriage is coming up. Taking care of each other will also come up. So once you prioritize and you realize that our relationship is important, now see your time as a pie chart. Draw a circle like a pie chart. You put the most important things. And so in that case, your marriage will be in. And so that means that you need to make that time. That will solve the I don't have time syndrome. Another thing that I also sometimes hear couples say is that I don't feel in love. And I want to encourage you, we want to encourage you. Maybe you are at a place where you don't feel loved in the relationship. Now, we need to put a category, a difference between, we're talking about when you don't feel safe, there are things, that's not what. We're talking about just the daily things in the relationships that eats the relationship up so that you don't feel loved or you don't feel the intimacy. So that's what we want to address. If that's the place that both of you find yourself, we would say begin to do it as a discipline. It's like an activity, like a chore. You don't say, I don't feel like cooking. I don't feel like feeding my child. So just start point as a discipline and keep doing it. And once you do it, you keep watering the relationship and invest into it. The love, feeling part will flow. And the last thing I just wanted to mention is that there are some things that we call them like destroyers. There's things you don't do. Like, for example, if your partner brings an example of things you can do, don't say, oh, no, this is not good. No, don't criticize. Give each other the room to be creative, to bring up things that you can try. And if both of you don't like it, then you can change it. If one person said, see it as, oh, this is the time that I'm, joining in my partner's recreation, something they like. So overall, these are some of the lines, and these are some of the things that has helped us, has helped other couples, and we invite you to try them.
Wonderful. Well, and I think, as we kind of wrap up, I believe that example, the idea of I don't have time or maybe I don't have money, it doesn't have to be a hindrance. We have to make it a simple, very cost effective. Not dating doesn't have to be every time have to be a huge flashy restaurant or anything like that. No, it can be very simple activity. Sometimes it can be indoor. We have tried some indoor activities during our daytime and it's been great. So not everything has to be super expensive or flashy. Again, if you manage that aspect of the process, it's going to be more easy to be committed, because I feel like the consistency of it is even much greater than just the activity. Because if you do something much more consistently, you're more likely to have better improvement over time and therefore enjoy the outcome of that. So anyway, let's be more open to the potential of what can I do in my relationship to build it up. What activities am I, willing to commit to, time involved, and let's our relationship, be example, especially again as believers. If you're not, we are open the door for you to check out of opportunity for that, because that can be a baseline when you have the love and the commitment for a long-term relationship. Being able to be more open to dating and creating that insurance atmosphere for your relationship for a long term becomes very, very valuable. We pray and trust that this conversation and this short content can help you get started or maybe improve on where you are, and perhaps be an example to somebody else, maybe your children or whatever else that is most important to you. But again, we give you all the opportunity to try these things and have blessed marriage.
Amen. That's all I can say is amen. And thank you so much once again. You hit it out of the park. Casper and I, we're working on improving our date nights as well. Because like you say, when you have a lot going on, you get busy and it kind of seems to fall by the wayside. But we are determined that we're going to make it work. And thank you guys for your encouragement and your ideas and helping us out. We appreciate you.
Amen. Amen. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, honey.
Oh, nice. All right, we're going to take a quick, thank you, Pastor. I appreciate you guys. We're going to take another quick break here as soon as I can pull up this video. And then we come back. Cheryl and I are up. We're going to be speaking on problem solving. So give me 1 second here, and we'll be right back after the break.
Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl here. We're so glad that you joined us today. Big shout out to all of our MVPs. So we're going to continue on in our little talk about the 7 keys to a healthy relationship. This one is number 2, and it's pay attention to values.
Yes. And you need to have some values if you're going to pay attention to your potential spouse's values, right? You need to have some yourself. So
yes,
make sure if you're not connected spiritually, you need to do that, right? Because that's the foundation for your values.
And like we said for the last one, this really could be geared more toward those who are not in a relationship right now, who want to be in a relationship, hoping that to get married, or maybe you're in a relationship and you're trying to weigh it out, trying to see where is this going to go?
Right.
You know, are we on the right path?
Right.
Values are important.
Yeah. I know we did a workshop several years ago, and there was a young lady in the workshop. And as we were going through these same principles years and years ago, she was in an extramarital affair. And we found out later, after she completed the survey, we don't even know what her name was, but we put the survey in our book because she was talking about the fact that she was in the relationship. But after going through our workshop, she decided that her values, her standards were much higher than what she had succumbed to. So she was going to end that affair and start to work on her values.
Values are so important. I mean, you need to be able to talk about those things that they say not to talk about,
Right.
which are politics and religion.
Yep.
And probably
And sex.
Sex and money.
And money.
I mean,
All those things.
I mean, because marriages have went to divorce court over all 4 or 1 or 2 or 3 of those.
Yes.
So you want to make sure straight up, right up front, when you're meeting someone, you're getting to know them. Maybe you don't totally jump in on the first date. Of course, I probably would.
Yeah.
Depends on your personality. But you
Start
want
asking
to
some questions.
Yes, you do. You want to ask some questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions and pay attention to how they answer the questions. Now, I got to tell you, when Casper and I was dating, I did ask questions.
Yeah, a few.
He says I was interrogating him.
It was
I just simply was asking questions. However, what really blessed me about him was that he answered the questions, and I can tell that he wasn't making up as he went along, or he was just answering to lead me on. He was answering from his heart. He was upfront, and he had a pretty intense past.
Yeah, I had some drama.
Yes, but he wasn't afraid or ashamed to put it out there and share it with me.
Right.
And so that's what you're looking for. You're looking for honesty, and you're looking for integrity. So when you start talking about money, you need to be able, first of all, to talk about money.
Yeah.
And if this is a person that you can't talk about money with, and I'm not saying that, they need to bring you their 1099 or their, W-2.
Probably wouldn't hurt though.
However, you do want to know, especially if you're going to spend the rest of your life with that person, just understand how he perceives money, how he views money, his mindset, your mindset, and the same with sex, religion, and politics.
Yes, yes. If you're going to be an MVP, this is also a critical area for you to really hone in on. You need to make sure that you have some values, and then quiz the person that you're going to be spending time with to see what their values are. And it's not that you're putting them down, or you're saying
judging or anything.
You're just making sure that if you're going to be in a lasting relationship, that they have the same values that you have.
And that you're on the same page.
Yes.
Because the last thing you want to do is get into a relationship, God forbid, a marriage, and you're miserable.
Right.
you can't get along, you don't see eye to eye, you have totally different values, totally different mindsets and perspectives. So don't be afraid. You must talk about it.
Yes.
You must pay attention to values.
And their values. Hey, we'll see you on the next video.
Hello, MVPs. Casper and Cheryl Stockham here, and we're so glad you've been hanging in there with us as we go through the 7 keys to healthy, to divorce-proofing your marriage. And now we're going to talk about key number 7, which is the power of forgiveness.
This is going to be a tough one for some people to believe this is important, but it is super important.
Yes.
There's so many marriages, there's so many couples that we talk to that are just not willing to forgive their spouse for a myriad of different things.
Right.
But it is something that you have to do.
Even in the word, for those of us who are believers, the word says that in order for God to hear your prayers, you must be able to forgive.
Right.
You expect him to forgive you, then you too must be able to forgive. So forgiveness is key. And the thing with forgiveness is it sets you free, not so much the other person free.
Correct.
So the more you hold on, it's really just destroying your life. I mean, because it eats from the inside out.
Right.
It eats in your emotions, and it eats in your thoughts and your feelings, your attitude, your words, and all of that affects your physical body, which affects your health.
Yes, yes. We're going to go into a lot of detail on this on the calls. We're going to maybe do some exercises and stuff because this is so important for you to be able to move forward. Now, forgiving does not mean forgetting, but it does mean you have to get past that point. You know, it's going to eat at your inside, like Cheryl's saying. It's going to be more harm for you than it is for the person if you don't forgive them. Right. So you have to be able to move forward from that. It's just super important.
So when you get, I know there's so many things that can happen in life. There's infidelity. There's things that happen that are traumatic. There are things that people may have said to you or done to you that was, I don't know, I can't even think of a word.
Yeah.
So traumatic.
Yeah.
It was destructive for you.
Right.
And I know it's painful. Now, understand, forgiveness is not something that happens overnight.
Right.
It's a process. But the key is you must be willing to at least go through the process.
Yeah.
Some people I've heard say, I want to forgive. I just don't know how.
I just can't. Well, you're going to have to rely on the Holy Spirit. You're going to have to rely on your spiritual foundation to be able to move past that. And I actually don't know how people do it without God, right? So it's just such a tough thing to do. But again, at the end of the day, you have to be able to do it to move forward. And people say, yeah, but Casper, you don't understand. He did this or she did that, or he said this or she said that. No, I get it all. And I've been through some of it personally myself. I understand. But couples can move past anything and learn to forgive each other and move and still have a healthy, happy relationship. But both couples have to be plugged into the source, God, and they have to be willing to really dig in on these type things and have to be able to forgive.
So take your time. You know that there's some things you need to forgive. And the key thing is we want forgiveness for ourselves.
Right.
We want people to forgive us.
Yeah.
So we must learn how to forgive. So it may take some time. It will be a process. It may not happen overnight, just depending on how severe what happened is.
Right.
It's not going to happen overnight. And I understand that. I get it. But be willing to forgive because it's eating away at you. it's poisoning you. It's holding you hostage.
Right.
Sometimes the people that we don't want to forgive, they have moved on.
Yes,
They're
ma'am.
skipping on down the road and have
Mhm.
forgotten all about whatever happened or forgot about you.
Yeah.
So don't let that be your anchor. Don't let that be your poison. Don't let it destroy you from the inside out.
Right.
No matter how hard it is, be willing to go through the process, the time it takes to forgive.
Yes. Thank you for joining us on these trainings. We look forward to see you on the live calls so where we can get into more detail on all of these topics and a whole lot more. We're so excited to be able to roll out this MVP program and turn you into the most valuable partner in your relationship. All right, we are back live. Casper and Cheryl here with the MVP Champion Online Summit, and we are the speakers for the next segment. We're going to be talking about problem solving. We're so excited that we've had so many great speakers join us already, and we have a couple more to close out this summit. It's been a great time. And now we're going to move into something we call problem solving steps to strengthen your relationship.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Before we go there,
What do you want?
I just want everybody to know for our first summit, we got new chairs.
Like our chairs.
Look at our new chairs. Yay. And they're my favorite color, red.
Red highlights.
Yes, I just want to point that out because the way the chair sits, I'm sitting here and I feel like a queen sitting on her throne.
Okay, Queen.
All right, moving on.
Yes. All right, problem solving. So here's kind of a quick outline. Now, we did this training in a workshop several weeks ago or several months ago. We're not going to take a lot of time because we only have 20 minutes, first of all. So
Correct.
we're going to kind of breeze through some of this. But these are some of the steps you need to really understand to be able to work through some of these problems that we've been talking about. We've had speakers talk about communication and all
Yes.
these different pieces, but there's a lot of moving parts to all that.
Yes, it is.
So we're going to kind of go through that. You have the conflict, right? So you
Mhm.
have something that's going on in your relationship that's causing you pain and stress and whatever.
Correct.
That's the conflict. Typically, you'll have to take a timeout and say, okay, well, timeout, because we're not getting anywhere.
Right.
You're yelling at me, I'm yelling at you. The kids are, dog.
I'm not listening to you. You're not listening to me.
Right.
We're starting to say words that are very
Hurt-
unkind, hurtful, and
yes.
unpleasant. So this is when you need to take a step back.
Yeah, you got to take a time out. Now, we're going to break these down, but this is the process here. So then when you come back from the timeout, that's when you bring back and you come back with our communication tool.
Yes.
And there are several tools out there. We have one as well. It's free on our Facebook group, Most Valuable Partner, and also it's free in the app.
Yes.
So you come back with the tool.
Yes. And these tools are designed to kind of slow down the conversation.
Yes.
So all the yelling and screaming can stop. And now you can get to a point
Yes.
where you can begin to at least hear what the other person is saying.
Absolutely. So you come back with the tool and then you start to problem solve using that tool.
Correct.
You don't use your methods because your methods got you into the conflict.
Oh my.
So don't go back to the conflict. Don't go skipping back to the beginning.
Right.
So now go into that conflict with the problem solving mentality.
Yes. We're going to figure this out.
We're gonna figure it out.
And we're going to figure out as civilly as we can.
Yeah. Yeah. And then from there, you come to an agreement. You come to a collaboration of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, okay, we could do it your way or this way or that way. Just come to an agreement on a way to do it, and then move forward with that.
Right. Right.
But you don't have to leave it there. The last step is the follow up. So you come back a couple of days later and say, okay, we tried it that way. We gave it an honest effort that way.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel that you follow up? How you feel it worked? Well, I don't know this, there's some parts of it I like, some parts I don't like. Okay. And then you say, great. Then you you go back to the communication tool. I probably should have an arrow going back from follow up back to communication tool to kind of work it through again.
Correct.
Kind of cycle through from follow up to communication.
So would you also say that another way for saying agreement may be a plan or a strategy
Absolutely.
or some goals or some objectives.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. You come to that agreement, plan, strategy, whatever it is, and then you do a follow-up on it, see how it goes. If it's great, then you're done with that issue.
Right.
And what Cheryl and I have been able to do over the years is we've been able to work through so many of the little things that could possibly become big things if you don't
If you don't deal with them.
Deal with
Yeah.
them right.
They don't go away.
They never go away.
And I think one of our speakers said earlier today that, they just hide back here.
Yeah.
And then you bring them back out again because you never really solve them. Things that are solved, there's no reason to bring them back. There's nothing to bring back.
Absolutely. You have to solve all these things. Now, you don't do them all at the same time.
No.
You take one and you can start with a very small one that's not causing that much strain and deal with that, because what happens is you say, wow, that was kind of cool. We got that one solved. Okay. And now you're excited to go to the to get the next one done.
Because you can work together. I know sometimes you got so much stuff going on. It probably seems hopeless. Like how we ever, but you can.
Yeah.
You can do it.
No doubt. All right. So this is the communication card. We mentioned this in another part of this summit, but we're mentioning it again. You can get it for free on our Facebook group, Most Valuable Partner Network group. And you can also get it from our app. And this communication card helps you in that process that we just talked about, right? So this is the communication part of that, the tool, right? So you take that and now you start to problem solve using this tool. And again, using this tool is going to be uncomfortable or awkward because it's not normal conversation.
Well, not only is not normal conversation, basically, we're just not good listeners.
That's true.
We're not good communicators.
That's true.
We don't listen.
Right. We don't listen. Right.
And so, but this tool makes you listen.
Right.
And you make sure that
it forces
being heard.
It forces you to listen. Yeah.
You're being heard. Your spouse is being heard, and then you're not just doing all the outside fluffy yelling and screaming stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have a quick story on this because we've used this tool for many years. We've been doing this for over 16 plus years, and we've been doing workshops all across Colorado and even other states. And there's this one couple, they were married like 20 something years, and they came to the workshop, and he's a stay-at-home dad. He worked from home, and he was like a broker of some type because he was always on the phone from the East Coast to the West Coast, talking to people all the time in his office. Now, his wife knew exactly where he was all the time because he was in the office. And all she wanted to do or get across to him that she wanted him to come out of the office when it's time for dinner, to have dinner with her and the kids. Pretty simple request. And we had them go into a session where we call it knees to knees, to where they talk to each other about whatever the topic is. And we had them use this communication tool. And this couple, again, been married for 24 plus years. And she would start out and said, what I'd like for you to do is when it's time for dinner to come out and have dinner with us and the kids. And I'm keeping this conversation, this explanation short because of time. But this went on for, 20, 30 minutes almost. It seemed like it was a long time, to the point that all of the coaches, all of us are kind of coalescing around this couple, trying to get them through this. And I even had to sit down as the guy to show him what he's supposed to be doing, because he was supposed to be paraphrasing back to her what she said.
But he couldn't get to that point.
Couldn't get
all
to it.
He could think of was that I need to get my point across.
Right. And he said, look, I'm at home, where I am. I'm not out running the streets. Am I not providing a good, yeah, you're providing a great home for you. He had a nice home, right? But he wasn't listening to her. And then finally, after me sitting down as him and going through it, he finally repeated back to her what she said. And you would have thought that it was like
the sky opened up, like, whoa. She was so excited.
So excited after 20 something years, folks. So what we're saying is this thing works, but you have to follow the instructions and work it. But it works. It has saved a lot of marriages and relationships.
And you know what?
Mm.
I'm thinking about Arbery's presentation
Mhm.
today
Mhm.
and why he couldn't get past, why he was having such a difficult time.
Mhm.
It's because, she was just saying how men and women think
Mhm.
and communicate
Mhm.
differently.
Yeah, yeah.
And then on top of that, we as a people are so used to preparing our rebuttal
Yeah.
that we're not necessarily listening to what you're saying.
Mm-mm.
We hear 2 or 3 words of what you said,
Mhm.
which triggers for us, I need to get my rebuttal.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to come back. I need to,
Yeah.
share all of what I think they're doing and make sure that my point of view is clear.
Right.
To the point that we did not fully hear everything that was being said. Therefore, we can't paraphrase.
Right.
We weren't listening to you.
Yeah, we just don't have the capability to do it. But that's what this tool, it forces you to do it if you follow the tool. So definitely want to get this. You want to print it out, stick it on your refrigerator or whatever. We even have these little cards and stuff, if you're an MVP member and stuff.
They're magnetic.
Yeah, we send it to you in the mail so you can stick it to your refrigerator because it's an awesome tool that you can use. All right, so then we go into the timeout, and there's many times when things just get overheated and the arguments just start escalating.
Yes.
And then we made you do a timeout. And all this is just separating for some time. Now, you do not want to separate for longer than 24 hours.
Yes, this is not 3 days of the cold shoulder.
Right.
Where nobody's talking to anyone.
Right. And this is not sleeping in the other room or the couch or whatever. No, that's not what this is.
Going checking into the motel. That's not
No,
it.
no.
Going to your mother's house.
Nope. No, this is taking the time out just so you can calm down a little bit, but you have to come back together. And you have to come back together using the tool like we've been talking about.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Because the goal is resolution of some sort that you can both be agreeable to.
Right. And when you come back, there's some rules when you come back using the tool, but you also want to use statements that aren't condescending or statements that are
attacking.
Yeah.
You want to use, instead of you always,
Yeah.
you want to say, I'm having some difficulty being able to understand.
Right.
Blah blah blah, whatever it is,
Exactly.
So you want to say it's I and not you.
Yeah.
Because you is puts the other person into defense mode.
Right.
So because now it's like, oh no, I gotta defend myself. I'm not going out like that.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So that's the timeout. And again, there's some examples of what you can do during the timeout. Take a walk, exercise, journal, take a nap, listen to calming music, clean the house. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's my favorite too for you.
For me. For me. You can listen to music, paint, whatever calms you down. Right. Hot tub is also one of my favorites.
Yes. Yeah. But what you don't do is stew in it.
No, you don't walk around stomping your feet, boy.
And the whole time you're supposed to be calming down, you're getting yourself all worked up.
Yeah.
That's not it.
That's not what you do. No, you definitely don't want to do that. Yeah. And then finally, it's important to recognize what's really behind the anger, what's really going on. And it's interesting because the more you deal with these smaller issues and get them out of the way, there's less clutter. Basically, it's like doing a house cleaning for your relationship.
Correct.
To where you clean it out so much now, it's really easy to just kind of dust off some stuff and you're good, right? You don't have to spend all day long trying to clean the house.
Well, and then it's into me. Look at yourself. See into me. See, right. I know that's what I do. Yeah. I go first thing I said, okay, God, is it me? Okay, be honest. And he will. Is it me? Okay, Cheryl, what's really going on with you? Why did that offend you so much? Why were you hurt by that? And then I have to dig deep. I have to go spend time and unpack. Why am I feeling the way that I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Is it something? What triggers? Is this a trigger?
Yeah.
Is there something bigger going on? And we have a wonderful the iceberg
Mhm.
picture that we have.
Yeah, yeah.
Where it's really, the
Issues
little
and hidden
stuff.
issues,
Yeah,
yeah.
the issues and the hidden issues. So what's the hidden issues? And the hidden issues are a whole lot bigger than the issues you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. All right, so then we get into problem solving. So the first step to solving a marital problem is to see the problem as the issue and not the person.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So you
See,
guys, yeah.
Can I say that again?
Say it again.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. The first step to solving a marital problem or any problem,
Mm-hmm.
basically, is to see the problem as the issue, not the person.
Right.
It's the problem.
Exactly.
Not the
Now,
person.
yeah. So if you and your spouse team up,
Instead of attacking each other,
yeah, you team up
Well,
and go after the problem
attack the problem. Yes.
together as a
Together.
couple. Yeah. That just
Hello.
it puts it in a whole new perspective, right? Because what happens is you attach that problem to the person and they are the problem now. So now you got to solve them or fix them or
Right.
whatever.
And it's not them.
No, it's not that.
Oh my. That is just
That in
such a
itself is
revelation.
worth the summit.
Yes.
That in itself is worth the summit for sure, right?
Mhm.
And then you want to go into discussion, and you want to understand what the problem is, what's going on. You want to kind of break it down,
Mhm.
and again, you use a communication tool to do that. And you want to, knowing that the problem is the problem, not your spouse.
Right.
Then you start to discuss. Okay, now how do we deal with that problem? How do we take care of it? And then you start throwing out ideas.
Right.
Right. What do you think? What do I think?
I know
How do
when
you-
we in the corporate world,
Mhm.
we have all of our little sticky notes when we come together as a
Mhm.
group,
Mhm.
and we make one statement,
Yeah.
whatever that issue is.
Uh-huh.
This is the issue.
Yeah.
Now, ideas.
Yep.
And then everybody would write their ideas on a sticky note, and we put the sticky note on the bulletin board,
Mhm.
and then we start out with a lot, and then we just whittle it down, process of elimination, until we get to maybe 2 or 3 core ideas
Mhm. Mhm.
that we discuss as a group. And I'm like, why don't we do this in our marriages?
I know.
We
You should
yell
do
and
it.
scream.
No, we should definitely do it. Definitely do it. So keep in mind, communicate openly, be open-minded, don't blame, focus on one issue at a time. Don't
Mhm.
try to solve everything. Just solve the one issue.
Create
Right.
space.
Create
Don't try to do
space.
it while you're trying to do other things.
Yep. Be understanding about what's going on.
Adjust your attitude.
Yeah, yeah. Timing, share, listen, and no comparison. So don't say, well, so and so did it this way. I don't know why you're not like her because
Yes,
she,
yes. No.
No, you got to stay away from all those things.
Yes.
All right. And then now you're ready to now set the agenda of going forward,
Mhm.
right? What are you going to do going forward? So once we understand what the problem is, we need to determine what we are trying to solve right now, and then we're going to move into the agenda setting up. Okay, let's come up with some plans, some clear plans to move forward,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And what is the goal of this conversation, right? We're trying to get rid of that problem. What are the goals? Set the agenda so you can move forward. And then brainstorming again, like we've already talked about, right? We talked about the brainstorming, just throwing ideas out and see which one makes sense to do right now. Maybe this is plan A, plan B, plan C. or
Correct.
first
It may
one.
be in stages.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stage 1, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
So then do stage 2,
Yep.
stage 3, whatever it takes.
Absolutely. And
I think the rest of this just goes through brain. So like I said, this is a much bigger teaching. We're just going through.
Yeah, we're just kind of skimming through
Yeah,
it.
we're just skimming through it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we out of time?
We got about a minute.
A minute. Okay.
So then
And
we
I
can
want-
follow up.
Yeah, and follow up is key. Make sure you come back together and follow up. And don't be afraid to say, that idea you had worked, I feel kind of sort of, but I think we could step it up a notch.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be afraid to make some alterations when you come together and follow up, be honest, this worked, but maybe we could tweak it a little bit. Or maybe it might be this time we did your thought and your idea. Okay, that didn't work. We both agreed, yeah, that was so. So next time, maybe we'll do yours.
Right.
Let's put that one in place and see if that works. Or you may have to do a combination of the two. But the goal is to get rid of the problem, not each other.
Yep. All right, so I'm gonna have to go in the other room to start our break. We're gonna take a break, and then you have something to say?
I was gonna say while you're running into the other room, you can go run to the other room.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
I'm gonna talk to the people.
Talk to the people.
Or talk to the people.
All right.
So all I wasn't to say, just once again, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in. I understand that a lot of you may not have been able to sit for the whole summit, and you might be watching it in sections, a little here, a little there, some today, some tomorrow. We just appreciate you tuning in. And again, we like to tell all of our speakers, all of our guests, thank you so much for your time, for your commitment, for the value that you have brought to this summit. We do appreciate you. And now we're going to go into our break. Are we ready? Hello, everyone. Casper and Cheryl here. We're so glad that you joined us today. Big shout out to all of our MVPs. So we're going to continue on in our little talk about the 7 keys to a healthy relationship. This one is number 2, and it's pay attention to values.
Yes. And you need to have some values if you're going to pay attention to your potential spouse's values, right? You need to have some yourself. So
yes,
make sure if you're not connected spiritually, you need to do that, right? Because that's the foundation for your values.
And like we said for the last one, this really could be geared more toward those who are not in a relationship right now, who want to be in a relationship, hoping that you get married. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Winning with Love, where we're going to start talking about I Am Love Builders, which is our ministry that we've had now for about 16 years. Yes. So how did we get to I Am Love Builders? Do you remember?
I don't remember how we got to the name, but how do we even start that? I mean, before that, right?
But we were just started going to a church together. And we met our friends.
Oh, right.
And they were on the committee for the church's first couples
retreat.
It's Mario and Carrie, and they asked us to be on the committee with them.
Yep.
But the thing was, if you're on the committee, you have to do something.
Right.
And so we said, okay, we're gonna do a teaching.
Yeah. Now we have been used to teaching on our own in different things, right? Because we were in business and marketing and stuff. So we had been on stage, if you will, separately.
Right.
But not together.
Right. This was our first debut.
Yeah, and that's what really sparked it.
Yes. And so we didn't have any material, so we did research and we read a couple of relationship books,
right?
His Needs, Her Needs, 5 Love Languages,
right?
Several others, and we put together a curriculum to teach.
Yeah.
And even had a little activity that we did, and we put that together. We presented.
Yep.
We got a standing ovation.
Yep.
Everyone seemed to love it. And then Pastor Bill pulled us aside and said, you guys are good at this.
You're good at it.
Yes.
I don't know, if you guys ever done this before, but whatever you're doing, it's good. Welcome to I Am Love Builders MVP Premiere. Your marriage or relationship deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premiere. Introducing our exclusive 5-day one-on-one intensive immersion training. A life-changing experience for only 8 couples per year. From door-to-door charter travel to your choice of 4 exclusive locations. Gourmet dining, romantic outings, and VIP local transportation. We thought of everything.
And the best part is, you gain lifetime access support via phone, text, or video chat. Your relationship reimagined. Reinvented, renewed MVP Premier, because you both deserve nothing less. Apply today. Spots are filling fast.
Reiterated that this is the journey we're supposed to be on.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wants his children, the children of God, people in the body of Christ, to be married and enjoy being married, because we're married for a purpose.
Right. And that's why we wrote the book Divorce Proofing Your Marriage, because we're like, this should not be the norm, and definitely should not be the norm in the body of Christ. In fact, the world should be looking at the body of Christ saying, how are you guys not having the same divorce rates that we have?
Right.
That's what should be happening.
Right.
But the world is not amazed at all because we in the body of Christ have some of the same challenges that the world has.
Right.
And that's unacceptable to us and a lot of couples that we talk to as well.
Yeah, we have been blessed in this journey to meet couples who really are into marriage and have found out a way how to do it well. And I finally, you just said, and I could hear the Holy Spirit in my ear saying, say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Holy Spirit, are you serious?
Yeah.
He's like, say yes.
Yep.
And I did. And we had a wonderful time.
So we went to the movies and
we learned that we had a lot in common.
A lot. We talked for 3 hours after the movie was over. And I knew that night that you were my wife.
Really?
Yes, I knew that night. Now, it took me at least 2 weeks to get you to at least lean into that idea.
I was like, Holy Spirit.
God and the Holy Spirit were working on you, because I was like, I need some help.
I was like, Lord, I don't know.
Because by that time we went to my company picnic.
Right.
And I knew that you were top shelf. And my my coworkers also knew you were top shelf. And my boss knew you were top shelf. And he's like, dude, what is your problem? Are you need to come on now? I was like, I'm working. Because, and I said, he said, are we going to see some marriage plans here? I said, I'm working on it. She is the one,
Your love deserves the best. You deserve MVP Premier. Transform your relationship with our exclusive 5-day immersive experience for only 8 couples a year. Luxury travel, stunning resorts, gourmet dining, and a lifetime of support await you. Reimagine your relationship. Apply now at mvppremier.com.
Folks, if you don't want to be on TV,
Don't talk to Zandra.
Don't talk to Zandra, because she will have you on TV.
Yeah.
I promise you, she will have you on TV. So we talked to Zandra, and she's just laying out how it could work, and we're like, that's wonderful. And then there was some financial obligations involved, and we're like, okay, we're not there. We're definitely not there.
It's going to require a faith walk.
A major faith walk that we didn't.
Yes. We had a lot of little faith walks going on.
But, make a long story short, she was right. And, we signed a contract. It was like, it's real now.
Yes.
So we signed the contract, and man, things just started to go in motion.
Right.
We didn't have a name for the show. We didn't know what we were going to really talk about other than our marriage stuff.
Yes, and we didn't know what that was going to look like.
Right.
And then we start brainstorming.
And we're like, we need to have something a little bit more than just a talk show.
All right, we are back with the summit, the MVP online champion. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, but we are winding down. We have our next awesome MVP champion speaker in the studio with us. Her name is Jennifer, and we're going to bring her on the screen. Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hey, you guys. How are you?
Good.
We're good. How are you?
Doing good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we're excited to hear your talk on communication, correct?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
excited to be here.
Yes. We're excited to have you, and we're going to give you the floor and let you take it away.
All right.
All right.
Hey, everybody. I am so honored to be with you here today. I want to thank the Stockings for such a wonderful platform that you provided for us to speak on. This is definitely life-changing. And I do want to offer my apologies. I am a little under the weather right now, but I know that when God presents us with opportunities, we need to be good stewards of them in the best way that we can. So bear with me. And I have my notes to rely on because we're a little bit on the day quill, so we're not going to, we want to stick to the time. All right. So like I said, my name is Jennifer Tolliver. I work with families, parents, and couples to help them build stronger connections through understanding, not just through feeling, but through science and faith as well. Today, we're diving into a game changer, how the differences between the male and female brain affect how we communicate, and how knowing this one thing can ease so much unnecessary frustration in our relationships. Okay, so have you ever tried to explain something to your husband and you get that blank stare? It's like he's just buffering. You don't know if he's listening or not. Or husbands, have you ever felt that your wife is giving just way too much information when you just ask for a yes or no question? Excuse me. All right. It's not just because someone's broken. That's not the case. It's because our brains are literally designed differently. But different does not mean wrong. It just means that we have to learn each other's language. All right. We're going to go a little bit deeper. You ready? Stay with me. All right. So on a cellular level, men's and women's brains process information in different ways. Men tend to use more gray matter. Gray matter, it just deals with focusing on different things, task, execution, and just getting things done. Women, on the other hand, tend to use more what is called white matter. White matter connects, it's a connector between the different parts of the brain. And this is why women can shift between topics quickly, and it also helps them remember everything. So this is why, ladies, you may give your husband a whole novel worth of context, and he's still waiting for the main idea of the story. So he's not ignoring you. He's just trying to process you in his own way. Now, let's line that up. We're going to go into a Bible verse. Let's take 1 Peter 3, verse 7, which says, "Husbands, live with your wives in an understanding way." Understanding her starts with knowing how she processes, and same for wives. Proverbs 31, verse 26 says, She opens her mouth with wisdom, and the teaching of kindness is on her tongue. That wisdom includes knowing how to speak his language as well. Excuse me. All right. So now I want to go into 3 key differences that affect the communication between males and females. The first one being language processing. Women often use both hemispheres of the brain to process language. Men primarily use the left. So when you speak to each other, realize that one of you is likely thinking and feeling simultaneously heard, while the other is focusing on extracting the most efficient answer. And that would be more of a male perspective. The second key difference in communication would be emotional expression. Women often have stronger connections between the emotion centers and verbal centers in the brain. That's why it's easier for many women to talk about how they feel. Men often feel emotions deeply, but don't have the same access to express them verbally in the moment. So the third key differences I want to talk about is focus and multitasking. Men are neurologically wired to focus deeply on one thing, and women can toggle more fluidly between tasks. That's why, guys, when your wife is talking, doing laundry, checking on the kids, it's like you feel overwhelmed, but she's not scattered. She's processing things differently. It's one of our superpowers as women. All right. So we want to go into putting these differences in communication into practice, right? That's why we're here, to help our relationships and our marriages grow. So when you think about communicating with your spouse, just like a lot of the other speakers said, you need to be very vigilant about what comes out of your mouth. And in my personal opinion, I believe that we as women should be that much more vigilant, because we are the nurturers in many cases in the relationship, and we are the ones who it would be easier for us to keep effective communication in the forefront of our mind. I believe it's easier for us to facilitate these communications initially than it is for men, but that's just my personal opinion. So putting it into practice. So instead of saying, "You never listen to me," try saying, "Hey, can I get your full attention for just 2 minutes? I promise I'll make it quick." Now, if you go longer than 2 minutes, hey, that's on you. But this is a more effective way to get your point across, to get that initial entrance into their, to the forefront of their attention. So instead of saying, "Why don't you ever open up to me?" you can say, "I know it's hard to put things into words sometimes, but I'm here for you when you're ready. There's no pressure." So doing it this way is like you acknowledge that there may or may not be a problem, that you're sensing something, but you also give your mate that time to come to you when they're ready. And they will respect and honor you more for giving them that time to process, because that's a natural occurrence that men need. So when you are able to facilitate that for them, they are more likely to reciprocate for you. Okay. So instead of saying, "He's not emotional," try realizing that he actually is, but he needs space and time to process things differently. So in my own experience, I deal with a lot of single moms who have sons specifically, and the communication piece is the same, because you're dealing with a male and female brain. And many moms, what they don't realize about their sons and about men in general, that men are extremely emotional. It's just maybe even more so than we are as women. It's just the display of those emotions and what we are taught to do with those emotions that makes us different, how we process them. So men have the emotions, and we need to keep that in the front of our mind, that they're not emotionless. They just express them differently. I tell a lot of moms that men are sensitive, extremely sensitive, and it's scary because you're not probably ever going to know how sensitive they are, how emotional they are, or what their emotions are on a topic, because their way of expressing them isn't vocal like women. So we have to kind of dive deep to meet them where they are. Well, actually, so we can meet each other at our communicative differences, so that we can foster a healthy communication and a healthy relationship. So God did not make a mistake when he wired us differently. He knew a complete picture of love and purpose, which requires balance, as we all know. Our differences as men and women are obstacles. They're invitations to grace. When you see a lot of miscommunication and confusion, the enemy can be at play. But always remember in these instances that God wants connection. No matter how strongly you feel about your side of things, if there's an argument, you always have to come back to your ground center of God wants connection, positive connection, especially in a relationship such as the ones that we're building on this platform. Okay, I'm making it through. All right, so I have a challenge for you guys. This is a challenge for this week. I want you guys to choose one moment where you feel misunderstood and pause. Don't react, reflect. Is this a difference in disrespect or in design? Then choose a response that honors how God made your spouse's mind to work. And remember, love isn't just what you say, it's how you listen, how you learn, and how you choose to grow. I know a lot of the other speakers, and Mrs. Stockham also said that it's good to not point the blame when expressing yourself, to use you terms. You did this, you did that. You need to express how you feel, which fosters an open dialogue of communication. So consider these things and consider God in all of your communications. Forgive me for my voice, but I really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you guys. And I implore you to start diving deeper into the brain makeup of the differences between men and women, because that's how God made our brains. He made them different on purpose. And I think that's the deepest level that we can get to in communication, which is a biological level. So when you understand the biological differences between your husband and yourself, you can take the fault out of it and the blame away from it. It's not his fault that he processes things like this. It's not your fault that you talk too much in his eyes. So we need to come together, start studying each other in a love way, start studying our love language, and grow better into communication, into God.
Well, thank you, Jennifer, for soldiering through. Really appreciate you.
You can go lay down and rest your throat now, honey. We'll be praying for your healing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I was still able to provide a great message, in spite of my illness.
No, your information was wonderful. And I was just listening to you and I was telling honey, that's something maybe we should add. I mean, we do talk in one of our teachings about how God designed them to be different, but we don't really get into the, the science part of it, because there is a definite reason.
Yes, there is. And that's how God made it. So I just think that's how I just started to look into it, raising my son and realizing there's a definite difference between the way we communicate with each other. So diving deep into that is a lot of aha moments, and it helped me to communicate more effectively. So.
You bet. Amen. And I have daughters and granddaughters, so I had to learn quickly how to communicate the difference in the communication styles.
I'm working on that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. You did bring value, and we appreciate your time and what you've the seed you've sown into the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me, and congratulations on this beautiful platform you guys have. It's much needed, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All right, folks, we're going to wrap this up. That was our last speaker for the summit. We have a couple of closing comments and things we want to share with you, but we're just really appreciative that you hung with us. You know, I know some folks are in and out, and that's fine. You know, there's going to be hundreds and if not thousands of people that have or will watch this over the next day or two. So we're just so appreciative of that.
Yes, because it's going to be recorded. It was recorded.
It is,
right?
yeah. It is,
and so and then each of our speakers will be able to share it with their audiences. So we are excited. Thank you so much for sticking with us and joining us in our first MVP Champion Summit.
Yes, yes. And I want to do a share screen because I want to show you our app, because if I can figure out how to get back to, actually, I think, how do I do this? Yeah, you should be able to see the app. Let me just make sure you can see it first. Okay, yeah,
There
you can
you
see
go.
it. All right, you can see it. All right, so what I'm going to do is move this out. Oops, move this out. Nope, wrong one. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. I think I wanted to do this one. Yeah, that's what you're seeing. Okay, so on our website, you go to the home page, you will see the MVP button and the app button. Now, if you click on this app button, this is for Google Play. So this will go to the Google Play download feature because we are in the Google Play store. But if you're not a Google Play, let's say you are an Apple user, you would click on this green button here for Apple users. I think it says it somewhere in there. And that'll take you to a login page. Now you have to log in, but once you log in, you're going to come to this screen. Now MVP Premier is for our higher end clients that are looking for a door-to-door gourmet one-on-one service. So we're not going to spend any time talking about that. But once you join the app for free, you're going to get to the MVP apps section. Once you're here, you're going to want to take one of these 3 quizzes. Whatever quiz you take, it's going to give you access to the free MVP Lite area, but you need to take one of these quizzes first. And once you do that, again, this is all free, then it'll take you in. Oh, did it change on the? Let's see if it's changing on the screen. I don't think it changed. Doesn't look like it's changing. It's still showing that when it should be showing that.
There's so many moving parts when you're doing a summit.
Oh my goodness.
And especially when Honey, he's the
Unbelievable.
only person. I mean, I
Unbelievable.
can cheer him on, but you know, this
Yeah,
is
she
not
just-
my area of expertise.
She's just looking in pain. She's like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know how to help him. I'm
All
like,
right. So you should be seeing that. Okay, there we go. So the app area is where you take the quizzes. Once you take the quizzes, then you will be able to get into the free MVP Lite area, which is the next button down. Once you are in this area, this is where the magic happens, because we have a lot of stuff in this area. We have documents. So that's we have different little memes here that we have, but we also have the communication tool in here, right there, communication tool. Click on that, they'll get you the communication card. We have workshop information that you can get access to when we have workshops. We have retreat information when we have retreats going on. We have the free ebooks that we talked about during the summit. You get the Mastering Adam ebook and or the Divorce Proof Your Marriage ebook. Those are all free. We get the quizzes that we showed you earlier. They're listed here as well. The free love assessment. This is very good for couples to take this love assessment, and we have videos to
walk you through
how to use it. Yeah, all that stuff. And then we have the 7 keys to mastering Adam. We featured some of that on the summit today, but more of it is listed here. There's several videos, each one, no, actually one video, but it goes through the 7 keys to mastering Adam. Then we have the 7 Keys to Healthy Relationship. Again, all this is free to you as an MVP member. 7 Keys to Healthy Relationship. There are several videos of Cheryl and I walking through that. Then we have 7 Keys to a Healthy Marriage, also in here in the light area. See, there's those videos. Then we have the Love Builder Love Pack. This is the $399 value that you can get for, I believe, $179. That is a huge discounted savings because you're in the app. Huge savings for the Love Pack. And then you can refer 3 and get upgraded to the paid version, which has even more videos and more training and stuff that we're developing on a daily basis. So you can refer 3 for free, and then you get upgraded for free. So all this is available in the app. We're excited that you guys have been with us for the summit. We're just, I don't even know how to describe how happy we are that you're here and with us. And
can they also on the app get to the TV show?
Oh, of course. Of course they can. Yeah. If I stayed in there, they could.
I was like, well,
what about the TV show?
Yes. What about the TV show?
Okay, we're back. We're back. So we have videos, and you can get access to our books at 50% off on the books if you go through the app. 50% off on the books. Let's see, and then scroll down. TV.
And there's the TV network.
So all the TV shows are all listed here. Even our streaming services are listed here. You can get to JVBN network through here. All this is free. Access is all free through the app. So yes, they can get to all that.
All right.
All right.
Wow. That's a lot of information.
Yes.
Please join us, tune in. We create content that we believe that is of value to help you in your marriage and your relationship, because we believe if you are not having fun, you are not doing it right.
No doubt about that. Hey, folks, thank you for joining us on our first summit. We're going to do more of these. So stay tuned, but we're just excited that you guys are with us. And we will see you on the next summit, or we'll see you online.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We'll see you.